Be seated.
Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have given notice of the following private notice question addressed to Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands, whether in regard to the value of the Mauritian rupee on the foreign exchange market and the resulting impact thereof on the Mauritius inflation rate, he will state the measures taken to redress the situation, if any. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I've stated several times in this House, the previous government, excuse my voice, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has fumbled and jumbled all the economic fundamentals. Let me dwell again on the legacy that the previous government left us. They relied excessively on money printing to finance the budget deficit. The Bank of Mauritius injected a total amount of 180 billion rupees into the banking system to fund government spending and finance the Mauritius Investment Corporation. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, added massively to the excess liquidity that in turn contributed to the high levels of inflation. And we experienced this significant depreciation of the rupee. The excess liquidity was at an all-time high of around 90 billion rupees in August 2023. The massive amount of excess liquidity in the system and the very, I could say, accommodating monetary policy stance of the Bank of Mauritius led to wide interest rate differentials between instruments dominated in rupees compared to those denominated in US dollars. This excess liquidity in the system is still present in the system, although at a much lower level, and is costing the Bank of Mauritius, because they have to mop up this excess liquidity. It's costing us, the Bank of Mauritius, 4 billion rupees annually, just for the mopping up of this excess liquidity. Now, while the experts advocated for an increase in the key rate, which at the time was 4.50%, in September 2024, the previous government, in spite of the experts asking to increase the rate, they decided, contrary to expert advice, with a reduction, to go for a reduction in the rate to 4%. So lower returns coming from domestic money market are the result of the massive excess liquidity we've seen over the past years. This has contributed to negative interest rate differentials, as I said, against with currencies such as the US dollars, and this obviously would lead to a weakening of the rupee because we import most of the things in dollars. As a result, the inflation rate reached a peak of 11.3% in February 2023, while the rupee itself depreciated by 46%, Mr. Deputy Speaker, against the US dollars between the end of December 2014 to November 2024. On a cumulative basis, inflation increased by 46.5%. Now, the trade deficit was at a high of 180 billion, or 28.2% of GDP in 2023, and it worsened further to 207.8 billion rupees, or 29.9% of GDP in 2024, are the result of an economic model which was based on reckless consumption and imports. That was the model they chose. It was exacerbated by the money illusion created by the previous government with the proliferation of various types of allowances and an unprecedented and unjustifying money printing. Now, nonetheless, the headline inflation rate is at 2.9% for the 12-month period ending June 2025, compared to 4.5% in June 2024. We're speaking of the headline inflation rate. We expect the inflation rate for this year to be below 4%, that is within the target of the Bank of Mauritius. I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a recent increase in inflation rate in June of 2025. There was a small peak. This is mainly due to the price increases from the budget of alcoholic beverages and tobacco. Excluding these products, the CPI index remained the same as in May 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I've always said, we cannot undo the disastrous results of 10 years of reckless economic mismanagement in this short period of time. When we took office, we have changed the direction of travel, if I may say so. We are changing the economic model from the one highly dependent on consumption and imports to one driven by investment, exports, and innovation. Now, let me come to some of the measures taken by both the government and the Bank of Mauritius to stabilize the value of the rupee. First, in December 2024, the Bank of Mauritius issued instructions to banks to ensure that all dealings in forex, including swaps and other derivatives, should be effected through financial institutions which are licensed by the Bank of Mauritius, not outside. Banks were also requested to enhance due diligence on intercompany buying and selling of foreign currencies, as well as swaps and other derivatives. The reason behind these measures was to prevent a parallel market which caused distortions in the pricing and drove forex inflows away from the official market. The second thing they did was in February 2025, the key rate was increased from 4% to 4.5%, what the expert had said in September of last year. Thirdly, another instructions to bank was that forward transactions should be priced in a fair manner and in accordance with market fundamentals, as some sellers of the forex market were imposing excessively high forward premia, which was against market conventions. Fourth, the regulatory arbitrage between the Financial Services Commission and the Bank of Mauritius regarding the purchase and sale of forex by treasury management companies was discontinued totally. Fifth, the Bank of Mauritius has monthly meeting with the treasurers of banks through the Mauritius Financial Markets Committee. It is important to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that as a result of the removal of these dysfunctions, that the rupee stabilized on a trade-weighted basis. However, due to movements in international markets, the rupee has appreciated against the dollar by some 4.8%, and it has depreciated against the euro and the pound sterling. It is good to recall that the bulk of our imports are dollar-dominated. Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me to detail some other measures we have taken to tackle inflation. First, the reduction in fuel prices by 5 rupees per litre in December 2024. Second, we have introduced targeted price controls on essential food products. Third, the markups were limited to between 25 and 30% in Mauritius and 5 to 8% in Rodrigues, effectively preventing speculative pricing. Fourth, we have removed VAT on a number of basic necessities in the budget, including frozen and canned vegetables, infant nutrition products, and baby food items that had become increasingly unaffordable due to imported inflation and currency depreciation. This measure translated into a direct 15% reduction in retail prices applied immediately. Fifth, we have introduced strict enforcement and monitoring by the Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as announced in the budget, we have set up a price stabilization fund of 10 billion rupees with an initial contribution of 2 billion rupees. The Ministry of Commerce and the STC are working on how to operate that fund. We are changing the economic paradigm from one that relied excessively on consumption, imports, and money illusion to one anchored on investment, exports of goods and services, innovation, and technology. We also need to produce more locally and lower the import bill. We also need to produce more domestic clean energy and lower the trade deficit. In addition, we have to lower the fiscal deficit and the borrowing requirements and the debt to GDP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his reply. My first question to the Honourable Prime Minister, after he has given a series of measures taken by the Bank of Mauritius, whether he is satisfied with a strategy adopted by the Bank of Mauritius to ensure that inflation expectations are solidly anchored and exchange rate pressures are contained, to use the words of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Mauritius, whether he is satisfied with the strategy.
I must say we're going in the right direction, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad if you mentioned expected inflation rate, because that is very important. Very often people react not on the inflation rate, but what it will be in the future. I'm very satisfied with how it is going, because we're bringing it down.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House the number of times the Bank of Mauritius has intervened on the foreign exchange market since December 2024 and the amounts of money that have been injected each time?
I think I mentioned, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that actually the Bank of Mauritius has annually so far, up to now, 4 billion rupees intervened on the market to mop up this excess liquidity.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether during that same period the amount of foreign currency that has been made available to the different commercial banks in the country, and specifying which banks, which commercial banks, if you have the answer?
I wouldn't be able to specify which banks, but I know measures have been taken. But as I said, this has been created over 10 years, so we are trying to adjust. But it is more foreign currencies available today than it was last year. But it's going to take some more time.
The situation is different, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Today, SMEs have to wait for almost 2 weeks to have access to foreign currency, and this ongoing currency shortage is affecting mainly import businesses, Honourable Prime Minister. May I ask you, Honourable Prime Minister, whether anybody from the government or from the Bank of Mauritius has met with importers, trade operators and representatives of commercial banks, at least to understand the forex shortage and try to find practical solutions, Honourable Prime Minister?
I thought I addressed the question. What the Honourable Leader of the Opposition doesn't seem to remember. SMEs at the time, when you were in government, they were not getting any foreign currency. None at all. Not that they have to wait for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they were not getting anything. That is why we're taking measures to correcting this. And as I said, the inflation rate is going down, the depreciation of the rupee is going down against the dollar especially, and we import everything in dollars.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether he is aware of the unofficial forward pricing practice for major currencies being used by some commercial banks, which is well over and above the consolidated indicative exchange rates of the Bank of Mauritius? And may I ask him what is being done by government to put an end to such extortionate practices?
I did mention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the measures that the Bank of Mauritius are taking. For example, there is a regular arbitrage between the Financial Services Commission and the Bank of Mauritius regarding the purchase and the sale of forex by treasury management companies. They are looking into this constantly, daily.
May I ask the Prime Minister whether he is aware this time of accusations of serious hoarding of foreign currency by some companies, and whether, with a view to address this problem, government is envisaging introducing legislation?
We are introducing legislation, in fact, today, to make sure that we can track what is happening, the financial crimes. This is what we're doing today. But if the Honourable Leader of the House can be specific, I will take note of it.
Your answer is not related to the question I've asked you, Honourable Prime Minister. With regard to inflation, can the Honourable Prime Minister provide to the House a forecast of the inflation rate until the end of this year, at least?
I can forecast, but the economy is not a stable thing that you can forecast exactly. But I can tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell the Leader of the Opposition, three things have created this problem. First of all, the budget deficit has been allowed to grow. The borrowing requirement, the borrowing requirement is practically 10% of GDP, which is terrible at the time. And also this massive trade deficit, which is 30% of GDP. That is why we have forecast that the inflation rate will be around 4%, perhaps less, by the end of this term, this year.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, according to the Bank of Mauritius' latest figures, real estate contribution amounted to 24 billion of gross foreign direct investment, 32 billion of gross foreign investment in 2024 through IRS, RES, PDS and Smart City scheme. Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there is body of evidence that some or most of the forex gains are kept offshore. Has government considered introducing the necessary measures or legislation that require villa prices to be quoted, because it is quoted in foreign currency, to be quoted in Mauritian rupees, so that prospective buyers would need to convert foreign currency into rupees to pay for their property?
In fact, these measures were encouraged by the previous government. I can't understand why the Leader of the Opposition doesn't seem to realize. They were given every kind of tax relief that you can think of. Yeah, we have changed. We have changed in the budget. There is no such tax relief. We have grandfathered the measure, but that's it. There will be no more from the new ones. And also, they've kept the money abroad at the time. Now we are saying that we have to go by what the Bank of Mauritius is saying.
Honourable Duval, a question.
Will the Honourable Prime Minister concede that, despite his pledge to reverse the depreciation of the rupee, the Bank of Mauritius' monetary policy has fallen short? In fact, upon taking office, the rate was 46 rupees and is now 45.41. When the depreciation of the US dollar has seen unprecedented, has fallen in value, historically fallen since 1973 to 10% of its value, so historically low. And I will ask him, therefore, can he state what is, with regards to the lack of supply of US liquidity on the domestic market, can he state what is, as at present, the volume which is being demanded in demand and the volume which is being able to be supplied as at present in Mauritius by the Bank of Mauritius?
The Honourable member doesn't seem to realize what mess they made for the 10 years. This is what we are correcting, my dear friend. You can't... What you're saying, l'honorable veut le beurre, l'argent du beurre, la vache et la femme du fermier aussi.
Whether he can state, my question is whether the Honourable Prime Minister can give the figures to the House of the volume of demand for the US dollar as at now and the supply which is being able to be provided by the Bank of Mauritius as at today.
The volume varies from day to day, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I said, I did enumerate the measures that the Bank of Mauritius is taking to clear that mess that they left.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Yes, one last question. Honourable Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to the NLP situation prevailing at the head of the Bank of Mauritius between the director and one of his deputy concerning the nomination of Mr. Binik as chairperson of SBM, which is now public
But this
domain.
has, excuse me, Honourable Leader of
You
Opposition,
will agree, Honourable
this is
Prime
not,
Minister,
this has nothing
that
to do with OPMQ.
this current crisis will definitely affect the credibility of the Bank of Mauritius. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House of the measure he intends to take to remedy this situation, which is negatively impacting the central bank?
This is far away from the
As you rightly
PMQ.
pointed out, Mr. Speaker,
Far away
this
from
is
the
not, this is a different question.
Yes. No more question. Then we go to question addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the table has been advised that PQB 462, PQB 644 have been withdrawn. Honourable third member for Bobassa and Petite Rivière.
641, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the House is aware, the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Act was passed on the 4th of July of 2025 and came into operation on the 7th of July 2025. The main aim of this amendment was to do away with the horse racing division and set up instead the horse racing integrity division, which has now the responsibility to protect the integrity of horse racing and ensure that horse racing is fair, clean, and free from corruption or malpractice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me remind the House why we came up with the horse racing integrity division. The defunct horse racing division had developed an incestuous relationship with a gambling don at the time. The people at the horse racing division were working hand in hand with the organizer of horse racing, who also had his hand in the whole gambling industry. This unacceptable state of affairs tarnished the integrity of the whole racing industry. It totally destroyed public confidence in the horse racing industry and led to the oldest stable in Mauritius, the Gajador stable, to actually fold after more than a century of running horses in Mauritius. And they said they will come back only if there is an operation to clean up this corruption. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the government is determined to relaunch the horse racing industry. This was one of the promises made during the electoral campaign, and we are sticking to our promise. There have been hurdles, but we are overcoming them, and the horse racing organizer is, I understand, doing its utmost to ensure that horse racing starts at the earliest possible. We want a racing industry which will promote the welfare and leisure of the race-going public and bring back the race goers to the Champ de Mars. Already I can say, last Saturday, I was informed that the racing public had come in numbers far higher than before to the Champ de Mars to watch the first barrier trials of the season. Apparently there were more people present last Saturday at the racing than happened yesterday, and also I won the one organized last year by the defunct People Turf PLC of the gambling don. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that the recruitment exercise was done in a transparent way and in line with best practices. The Gambling Regulatory Authority approved at its special meeting of 21st of February 2025 and 11th of March 2025 the launching of expressions of interest for the various positions within the proposed horse racing integrity division in anticipation to a new code, a new structure being codified. Now, the expressions of interest were published in 3 newspapers and on the website of the Gambling Regulatory Authority. At the Gambling Regulatory Authority board meeting of the 2nd of April 2025, an interview panel was constituted for all the posts comprising 3 board members of the Gambling Regulatory Authority. After the closing date for the submission of expressions of interest, an administrative screening exercise was carried out to ascertain that the qualifications and experience criteria were met. The candidates who satisfied these criteria were then called for an interview. The report of the interview panel for the positions of Chief stipendiary steward and the deputy chief stipendiary steward was approved by the board on the 23rd of April 2025 and on 11th of June of this year for the other posts. Letters of award and service contracts were issued as on the 4th of July of this year. I'm tabling a list of all those persons who have been successful and accepted the letters of offer. As for part B of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that due diligence was carried out by the AML CFT team of the GRA as per its internal procedures, which included a Supreme Court check, a Mauritius Revenue Authority check, world check, sanction list, criminal records, and media search. Furthermore, all selected candidates who have accepted the appointment have been given time to produce their certificate of character as soon as possible.
Yes, you have already
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Puisqu'on parle d'intégrité, Monsieur le Vice-président, le Premier ministre est-il au courant que sur le nouveau board des Stipes se trouve Monsieur YN, qui avait démissionné comme commissaire au MTC pour avoir accepté un cadeau d'un jockey, un délit qu'on peut considérer comme étant grave. Et aussi un ex-entraîneur, Monsieur PM, qui avait été sanctionné pour dopage par le nouveau Chief Stipe de la HRID. De plus, messieurs AR et AR, deux proches de monsieur JMLS et de PTP, respectivement, sont parmi les nouvelles recrues. Le Premier ministre peut-il nous dire s'il est satisfait justement de ce due diligence process qui a été effectué?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't run the GRA. They have the duty, they went through a procedure. This is what I explained, and these are the people who were selected after this very, very thorough procedure that was made.
Okay, one last question.
Yes.
A question, not a statement.
Le Premier ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre quels sont les critères qui ont été pris en compte pour le choix du Chief Stipe? Et sait-il que ce monsieur, le monsieur SDC, faisait partie du Licensing Committee de la GRA avant même sa nomination? N'est-ce pas un cas flagrant de conflit d'intérêts où un licencié, je termine, de la GRA agissait aussi comme décideur pour le régulateur? Est-ce que cela ne le disqualifie-t-il pas pour ce poste?
As I said, I don't run the GRA, but my information, he was never on the licensing committee.
You have one question? Okay, one last question.
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he can confirm that among the Stipes who have been nominated, freshly nominated, there are members of the Mauritius Turf Club?
I think, as far as I understand, they had all taken leave. It's a new paradigm that we are doing. They are not there anymore.
Yes, question B642 have been withdrawn, so we proceed with question B643.
Yes, B643,
Honourable
Mr. Deputy
First
Speaker.
Member for La Carrière.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'm replying to Parliamentary Question B643, and I'm not sure whether you said 646 is also withdrawn. Otherwise, I'll answer to both of them together. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that reward money is paid to police officers who engage in the fight against dangerous drugs based on the following factors. First, the nature and the circumstances, the person arrested and the number thereof, the quantity and value of drugs and exhibits secured, the risk involved, and the reliability and regularity of the informers. With regard to the quantum allocated to police officers in each of the past 5 years, I'm providing this information. 2020-2021, a sum of 6,220,000 rupees was budgeted, but 1,113,800 were disbursed to informers, and 225,540 to police officers. You can see the big difference. Police officers were getting less than the informers. Again, for 2021-2022, 224,000 for police officers, but 13,269,200 for informers. Again, in 2022-2023, 229,740 to police officers, but 74,485,040 rupees for informers. I must say, in 2023, 2024, and in 2024-25, no money was dispersed to police officers at all, but the informers got 2023-2024, 84,613,750 rupees, and the last year 14,300 rupees. Let me give the details of the monthly disbursement for the reward of money from July 2024 to December 2024. In July, the total amount disbursed was 4,586,450 rupees. In August 2024, it was 368,900 rupees. But in September 2024, it jumped to 11,242,900. And in October 2024, it jumped to 38,932,450. You'll be glad to hear that in November and December of this year, the amount disbursed is nil, zero. Now, the House will note, I'm sure they have seen the expression, that from September to October 2024, a total amount of 50,175,350 rupees was paid as reward money, not to police officers, only to informers. Now, this is 2 months prior to the general election. You can guess the reason why this happened. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one disturbing element that comes from that information is that the amount disbursed exceeds by 4 the amount budgeted. In other words, as usual, just give money that is not theirs. This in itself raises several questions as to the manner in which that money was disbursed. It is worth mentioning that in 2014, it was decided to put an end to the practice of giving reward money, and there was very strong suspicion of abuse. However, in 2016, this is when we left government, but in 2016, the practice was restored. Now, in 2020, soon after his appointment, the then Commissioner of Police, Mr. Sarvan Singh, tried to rationalize it, because he wasn't allowed to change it, but he tried to rationalize the procedure through an amendment to the Police Standing Order 122. Subsequently, in 2021, Mr. Sarvan Singh was gone. New Commissioner of Police, Mr. Anil Kumar Dip, he again amended the Standing Order, Police Standing Order 122, which allowed payment to reward money to informers, although the case may not have been disposed by the court, even before he was giving the money. And also simply from obtaining a report from the forensic lab that certifying that the exhibits were secured as dangerous drugs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, is it a coincidence that as from 2022, we note a phenomenal increase to the amount disbursed, as I said, to informers, with hardly any money given to police officers? Even a cursory look at some of the information provided suggests that those at the helm of the police were wallowing in a muck of malfeasance and corruption, with a deeply entrenched complicity throughout the whole procedure put in place. In fact, the whole procedure was put in place for them to be able to do this. It also begs the question as to what exactly was the role of the manager financial operations and the internal control play in the management and finance of the police force. This is being inquired into. What was their role? What were they there for? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the House is aware, the Financial Crimes Commission is inquiring into the whole issue of reward money, and we are amending the Financial Crimes Commission Act precisely this afternoon so that there can be a joint inquiry whenever the need arises. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in view of the high risk of abuse and illicit use of the reward money within the police force, and to establish a transparent and accountable system to prevent such corrupt practices, the FCC, as an independent institution, and as mandated under Section 62, subsection 2J, section 6(2)J of the Financial Crimes Commission Act, they are reviewing the practices and procedures regarding the disbursement of reward money to police officers and to informers.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, in view of the opacity surrounding the procedures with regard to disbursement of those reward money, which amounts to a big scandal with regards to the sum being paid, is it not a fit and proper case under the new Public Inquiries Act 2025 to set up an inquiry with regards to procedures and disbursement of money from 2015 up to that date with regard to those big sums of money? We are talking, as per reports in the press, more than 200 million rupees with regards to reward money. Is it not a fit and proper case for a public inquiry?
The cases in court, actually, that are being exactly for the amount of reward money. Mr. Liam Dial, for example, who was Assistant Commissioner of Police, was arrested precisely for one of the things he was arrested with this, and he appeared in front of the District Court of Port Louis with a provisional charge, and again, other things are being investigated.
Honourable Juman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Honourable Prime Minister, can we have an idea of the amount of drugs seized for the period September-October 2024, where 50 million...
We are talking about money, reward money. We are not talking about... I don't think the Honourable Prime Minister will have this answer. Come with a proper question. There's a question. You relevant to this question?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister... Thank you. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he has recommended or he has been made aware by the Commissioner of Police if a departmental inquiry within the police has been set up in regards to reward money, and if that can be extended to the defunct unit of the police, namely the SST, which itself has been in the limelight for uncouth practices, particularly with regard to the declared amount seized, but against amount what was really seized. Thank you.
Precisely, this inquiry is ongoing within the police department.
Honourable First Member for Lakavian Felix.
B645, please.
645. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I refer the Honourable Member to the reply I made to PQIB 51 on the 17th of December of 2024, where I had provided details of the main components of the Safe City project. With regards to part A1 and 2 of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the project was initially planned for the installation of 4,000 intelligent video surveillance cameras and 300 intelligent traffic surveillance cameras. There has been no change in the number of cameras to be installed. All the intelligent video surveillance cameras have been installed, all of them. However, there are 4 which have been damaged and 24 are being relocated. Concerning the intelligent traffic surveillance cameras, up to now, only 157 of the cameras have been installed. The remaining 143 will be installed after completion of civil works scheduled to be completed by the end of September 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regard to part B of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the maintenance cost is included in the contract sum. The operation and maintenance costs amount to $8.7 million annually. As of June 2025, an amount of 98 million rupees, 952,549 rupees and 45 cents have been paid to Mauritius Telecom. I'm further informed that the contracts make provisions for Mauritius Telecom to conduct 2 plan refreshers with updated technologies every 5 to 7 years, which are included in the contract sum. There is no additional investment, in other words. The first refresh will start in December of this year, and the second will be planned for December 2032, I believe.
Honourable First Member for Savannah Black River.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B647.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to inform the House that Mobank Limited is a subsidiary owned by Mobank Holdings Limited. The government of Mauritius is in turn the sole shareholder of Mobank Holdings Limited. Mobank Limited has been incorporated in January of 2016 to carry on banking businesses of the ex-Mauritius Post and Cooperative Bank. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed by the Mobank Limited that over the period 2016 to 2024, the company has retained the services of 39 attorneys and barristers in the private practice, of which 15 are law firms. The total amount paid to them is 40,930,790 rupees. The list is long, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I propose to list table the list of attorneys and barristers, but let me say, among the top earners, Ravin Chetty, SC Chambers, was paid an amount of 6,289,350 rupees. There is Maudemutu Solicitors, 5,763,322. I could go on and on, but I think it's preferable to table the list.
Next question, the Honourable First Member for Savannah Black River.
B648.
648.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I again wish to refer the Honourable Member to the reply I made to Parliamentary Question B205 on March of this year, where I gave details of the seizure of 92.5 kilograms of cocaine in the Troctapel on the 10th of July 2019. The value, you were asking about values, that value was 1.4 billion rupees, 1.4 milliard, 1 million, milliard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that as the case has international ramification, the police is working in close collaboration with Interpol and other countries in the region for the identification and arrest of probable suspects. The police has sent the case file together with the report from the Financial Intelligence Unit to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for advice, and therefore the course of action will be taken accordingly. As for part B1 and 2 of the question, I'm informed that in accordance with the procedures set out in the Police Standing Order 138, all the drugs seized is safely kept in police custody and it is under a 24-hour surveillance.
The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Rosebel.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. It's question B/649, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I regard to part A of the question, the public sector debt in nominal terms amounted to 238 billion rupees as at the end of December 2019 and rose, 2014, I'm sorry, and rose to 608.2 billion rupees as at the end of December 2024. In other words, from 238 billion in December 2014 to 608.2 billion in December 2024. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we just make a quick calculation, it has almost doubled over the 10-year period. At the time we left office in December 2014, the public sector debt to the GDP ratio stood at 59.5%, which was below the 60% then in force, which we had put it in together with what was being done in Europe, 60% of GDP. However, the previous government's irresponsible fiscal stewardship resulted in a sharp increase in the debt ratio, reaching 87.4% by December 2024. They had themselves extended the ceiling to a statutory ceiling of 80%. From 60% to 80%. And they themselves raised that again went to 87.4%. The ceiling was raised precisely in an attempt to conceal the extent of the fiscal mismanagement. That is why it was done. In real terms, that is after adjusting for the rise in GDP deflate over the past 10 years, public sector debt stood around 382 billion as at the end of December 2024. And concerning part B of the question, it is manifestly evident that the estimated level of public debt of 642 billion rupees is unsustainable. We cannot sustain it. According to the 2025 IMF Article 4 consultation report, Mauritius is at a high risk of sovereign stress, reflecting mostly a high level of vulnerability in the medium and long term. This is why I say to these people who supposedly are protesting, they have no idea. They have no idea what they're saying. The previous government has burdened this country with an overwhelming level of debt. In the fiscal year 2024-2025 alone, public sector debt rose by 83 billion rupees, which is equivalent to an average daily increase of 227 million rupees. We had no option, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we had no option but to act responsibly and come up with a fiscal consolidation plan with concrete measures aimed at reducing both the budget deficit and the public sector debt, which the previous government saddled the country with. Without the implementation of these measures, public sector debt would have spiraled out of control, and they would have had severe repercussions on the public finances, also on the broader economy, and on the well-being of the population, including, I tell people who don't realize, including no pension to anyone in the coming decades if we don't do anything now. Not even 60, nobody would get pensions. This is what we are facing. This would have been inevitably also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, led to a downgrade of our credit rating to junk status by Moody's. Some people don't understand. Why should we care about Moody's? There are consequences. Such a downgrade would have had far-reaching implications, including higher borrowing costs, adverse effects on the financial services sector. The financial sector would be dead. The depreciation of the rupee will continue. Capital flight will increase. Will go more and more. Why would people put money in a country which has junk status? Nobody does this. FDI, therefore, would actually reduce to practically nil, and there would be broader negative effects on the economy. It would seriously, very seriously, jeopardize our long-term fiscal stability. With respect to debt servicing, interest payments on government debt, just interest payment, I think many people don't realize. Juste sur les intérêts qu'on doit payer, c'est 21,8 milliards for 2024-2025. Just to pay for the debt, for the interest on the debt. This is the second largest expenditure in the whole government budget after the basic retirement pension. This year, due to substantial debt accumulation over the past decade again, interest rates are projected to rise to a staggering 26.1 billion rupees. Some people might say, but you have been in government, but the debt is there. We have to pay the interest on the debt. It will be 26.1 billion rupees. This is a rise of 20% already compared to the preceding year. It's not our doing. It's the debt that they have accumulated that we have to pay now. Instead of paying 26.1 billion rupees as interest on debt, imagine that amount of money could have been used more effectively. It could have been allocated to different sectors, priority sectors such as education, such as health, such as housing. This money could have gone there. The money we have to pay the debt, the interest on the debt. Thus, the opportunity cost of high debt servicing is substantial. It diverts resources, as I said, from the developmental priorities that could stimulate economic growth and improving living standards. Sustained high-level debt, if less unaddressed, risks undermining, as I said, the whole country's growth potential and fiscal resilience. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is why we have made a firm commitment to reclaim the fiscal serenity and gradually bring the public sector debt to a GDP ratio to a more sustainable level of 60%, as it was when we left government in 2014.
Everyone. You go. No. Time is over. With the chair, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B659, B664, B651, B653, B660, B655, B654, B656, B652, B658, B663, and B662. Now we proceed to question addressed to Honourable Ministers. PQ, Honourable Member, the table has been advised that PQB 665 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. The Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North and Motai.
B665, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, according to United Nations and World Health Organization, by 2050, nearly 75% of countries are expected to have fertility rates below replacement level, that is 2.1 children per woman. In Mauritius, women continue to give birth to fewer children than in the past. The total fertility rate, which is an indication of the average number of babies born to a woman during her childbearing period, has maintained a general decreasing trend after 2002. In 2023, the fertility rate was 1.35. For the year 2024, the total fertility rate was estimated at 1.41, with 12,088 live births. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, fertility decisions are personal, yet shaped by systemic factors such as economic situation of a person, gender roles, and cultural shifts. Moreover, risk of career disruption, child care stress, social expectations may be a deterrent to pregnancy. The issue of low birth rate is very complex and requires a multi-sectoral approach. In this context, a multi-sectoral committee is being set up to look into the issues pertaining to increasing birth rate. The rising prevalence of alcohol, tobacco, and illicit drugs, particularly among young adults of reproductive age, poses a significant yet often overlooked threat to national fertility trends. Alcohol and tobacco disrupt the normal functioning of the reproductive systems of both men and women and contribute to reduced fertility. These substances' use also unfortunately cause poor pregnancy outcomes such as miscarriages or stillbirths, which may discourage couples from planning a pregnancy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that various measures have been taken by my ministry, which include, among others, preconception care clinics have been set up in primary health care centers to educate women on the importance of planned pregnancies. A fertility clinic has been established at SSRN Hospital to address infertility issues. The attendance to this clinic was 462 since January 2024. Intrauterine insemination is currently being offered, and the clinic has conducted 62 interventions in January 2024 so far. Maternity leave has been increased from 14 to 16 weeks, and paternity leave of 4 weeks was introduced in 2024 budget. Community healthcare officers conduct extensive canvassing and counseling for women of reproductive age in areas such as family planning, preconception care, premarital counseling, and postpartum contraception, boosting antenatal services and providing resources like the Maternal and Child Health Handbook to guide parents and track health. Breastfeeding time is being allocated to breastfeeding mothers. Tobacco cessation clinics have been set up in regional hospitals and primary health care centers. 12 addiction treatment units, method and substitution centers, detoxification and rehabilitation centers have been set up to address issues of alcohol and substance abuse in various health centers across the island. Brangseco Mental Health Care Center, Motailong Hospitals, among others. Mr. Deputy Speaker, so I am also informed that there are additional measures and services being provided by other ministries, private health institutes and NGOs. The Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare is ensuring that free pre-primary education is provided to children aged between 3 to 5 years. The Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations and Employment, through the Workers' Rights Act, in addition to maternity protection schemes, encourages flexi-time arrangements. The Mauritius Family Planning and Welfare Association is continuously creating awareness on declining birth rate in the community through sensitization campaign, focus groups, discussions, awareness among youth. The Gynecology and Fertility Center, which is situated in Rosehill, is operational since 5th October 2007, provides services such as assisted reproductive treatment. Harley Street Fertility Center, Mauritius Limited, situated at Floreal, also provides fertility investigation and treatment. CK Fertility Clinic, located at CK Welkin, offers comprehensive range of fertility services such as in vitro fertilization, frozen embryo transfer, intrauterine insemination, etc.
Yes, you are one of the Rodrigues.
Question was addressed to the Minister of Social Security to talk about the measures of government to address the birth rate, which is in decline for years, aging population. Nonetheless, will the Honourable Minister, although he is not the substantive Minister, acknowledge that direct cash transfers are internationally recognized as the most
The Honourable Minister is replying the question as a substantive Minister. No, you said... No. This is a question to be addressed by him.
I'll ask again. Will the Honourable Minister acknowledge that direct cash transfers are internationally regarded as the most effective incentive for low-income families, especially in countries like South Korea, even pays 35,000 rupees a month per family to encourage saving? Can the Minister therefore explain why this government has chosen instead to completely phase out by 2028 every existing benefit in Mauritius, namely the CSG income allowance, the child allowance, independent scheme allowance, the pregnancy care allowance, and the maternity care allowance, even reducing allowances for children with disabilities by 26%. How does he recognize?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, they have looked at the country. You have the Prime Minister's answer. They have bled the country wide. From where are we going to get billions of rupees to spend? Whatever is possible, whatever is humanly possible, we are doing. And have given you a comprehensive answer to the question.
Next question, B666. B666, I've already called the question. B666. I've already called B666.
You give 10 minutes to the Maradiva. You give 5 or 6
My reply, you can't challenge my ruling. I said I've already called the other question. B666, please. B666. B666. If you are not satisfied, you know, you have been a deputy speaker, you know what to do if you are not satisfied with my ruling. B666. 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 Honourable Samapati?
Yes.
Order. Honourable Samapati,
Thank you,
B666.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Question B666.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member may wish to note that the legislation no longer provides for child beyond control. If she is referring to child with behavioural concerns, the reply is as follows. From January to June 2025, the number of cases reported to my ministry stands at 440, among which 302 children were having only mild behavioural concerns, and 138 children were found to be having serious behavioural concerns. Mr. Deputy Speaker, cases of children having mild behavioural issues are addressed through psychological support provided to both the child and their parents by my ministry. Where appropriate, these children are placed under the Child Mentoring Scheme for further guidance and support. From January 2025 to date, 28 children have been placed under the Child Mentoring Scheme. With regard to children assessed having serious behavioral concerns, they are referred to the Mauritius Probation and Aftercare Services falling under the purview of the Prime Minister's Office for Parenting Support Intervention. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, children with serious behavioral concerns should not be treated as children in conflict with the law, but should be handled differently. I wish to inform the House that, to comply with this requirement and for a more professional and children's rights-based approach in dealing with cases of CSBC, consultations are being held presently with different stakeholders, including the PMO, the Ombudsperson for Children, the Probation and Aftercare Service, and my ministry to come up with a proposal. The redesigning of the RYC, Rehabilitation Youth Center, is also envisaged.
Thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Savannah and Black River.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B667, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the MOU between QA UK and Higher Education Commission was signed on 19th May 2025. I'm informed by the HEC that following the signing of the MOU and further to applications received for accreditation of programs involving UK awarding bodies, the Commission has been engaging in discussions with QA UK on two fronts. Firstly, HEC is sharing information regarding UK universities that are already established while simultaneously holding discussions with institutions concerning their future program offering, with view to streamlining the accreditation process under the MOU. Since the signature of the MOU between HEC and QA UK, the HEC has processed accreditation application for programs awarded by UK universities, including Swansea University, Kingston, and Middlesex University. Secondly, the HEC is responding to expressions of interest already received from the new UK universities willing to offer their programs in Mauritius, including King's College London, University College London, London South Bank University, which seek to deliver their programs in Mauritius. The HEC will proceed with the accreditation of these programs under the MOU framework following receipt of review reports from QA UK.
Yes, you have a supplementary.
The Deputy Speaker, sir, can the Minister inform the House how many accreditation criteria are being used by the Higher Education Commission to accredit the program?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, currently we are using 14 criteria to accredit programs, and following the announcement in the budget to review the HEC Act, we are going to further streamline the procedure.
Okay. The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. E668. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I will answer the speaker on behalf of the substantive Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation. I'm informed by the Mauritius Post Limited that there are at present 5 post offices in Rodrigues situated at Port-Maturin, Rivière-Coco, La Ferme, Grande Montagne and Mont-Lubin. I'm further informed that the following issues in respect of the post offices have been reported. 1. At Port-Maturin Post Office, waterproofing is required. 2. Rivière-Coco, servicing of CCTV and alarm system, dislodging of toilet and electrical repairs. 3. La Ferme, Rodrigues Regional Assembly has been requested to do needful to repair a water pump serving the whole building. As regard post offices at Grande Montagne and Mont-Lubin, no issues have been reported. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, concerning Port-Maturin Post Office, a proposal to launch a tender exercise in 2020 for renovation as well as waterproofing works could not be carried out due to financial constraints. In 2024, a tender exercise was launched for waterproofing works, but was not approved by the then management. However, the Mauritius Post Office Limited is, at present, exploring options to address these issues by allocating funds in its 2025-2026 budget for renovation of post offices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards part B of the question, I'm informed that following a meeting held in September 2024 between Air Mauritius Limited and Mauritius Post Office Limited, the latter issued a notice dated 18th October 2024 to inform members of the public that due to the substantial increase in the volume of air parcels and packets destined to Rodrigues and the limited cargo space on Air Mauritius flights to Rodrigues, the regular dispatch has been temporarily suspended. However, the Mauritius Post Office Limited continued to send and is still sending non-voluminous packets of approximately 500 grams by air. As for packages above 500 grams, the Mauritius Post Office Limited was sending same by sea. By end of January 2025, with a decline in postage of parcels in Rodrigues, the Mauritius Post Office Limited resumed sending parcels up to 2 kg by air. Nevertheless, in May 2025, Air Mauritius Limited informed Mauritius Post Office Limited that due to weight restrictions, cargo and mail to Rodrigues could not be uplifted on its flights and was not accepting new bookings in order to prioritize clearance of pending dispatches. Consequently, the Mauritius Post Office Limited has indicated that the suspension of voluminous packages above 500 grams by air is being maintained. Thank you.
Next question. Honourable Third Member for Kochi-Miti-Amoka.
B669.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit that the Photographic Enforcement Device project, implemented between 2012 and 2014, consists of a network of 63 fixed-speed cameras installed by ProGuard Limited on public roads across the island to detect and record vehicles exceeding the posted speeds limits of 40 kilometers per hour, 60 kilometers per hour, and 80 kilometers per hour, and also 110 kilometers per hour, respectively. The photographs captured by these cameras are transmitted to the back office located at Samlo Tower, Port Louis, the seat of the TRMSU. The Photographic Enforcement Device Unit, operated by the police, processes these offences, and the Photographic Enforcement Device notices, which is also called PEDNS, are sent by post to the traffic offenders for payment of the appropriate fines at the court. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, concerning part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that out of 63 speed cameras, 4 which are located at Saint-Julien Village, Calbas on motorway M2, Brisé-Verdier and Cas-Noyal are currently not operational. These cameras have developed defects and were therefore sent to the manufacturer, Truvelo UK, for diagnosis and repairs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the maintenance services for the fixed-speed camera system is currently being provided by the same company, ProGuard Limited, at an annual cost of approximately Mauritian rupees 27.85 million rupees, excluding VAT, as ProGuard Limited is the sole representative of both the manufacturer, Truvelo UK, for speed camera, and the developer, Fisher Limited, for the software in Mauritius. The contract also caters for a yearly provisional sum of 3 million rupees, excluding VAT, which is used for repairs, new spare parts, and relocation of speed cameras to new sites. So that makes it a total of 30.85 million rupees per year. That is excluding VAT, which is spent on these speed cameras. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that the contract for the design, supply, installation, commissioning and initial operation of automatic speed enforcement cameras were awarded to ProGuard Limited in 2012. Regarding Part D of the question, I am informed that the TRMSU has carried out recent surveys for the installation of speed cameras along the following hazardous locations, namely Valletta Bypass B6, D'Épinay along Old Flack Road B20, and Melrose along the main road B27. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as announced in the budget exercise 2025-26, with regard to the use of safe city cameras for detection of traffic offences, the TRMSU of my ministry will initiate consultations with the Mauritius Police Force and Mauritius Telecom with a view to implementing this budgetary measure that seeks to enhance road safety in Mauritius. As a matter of fact, a first meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, 16 June 2025, I am informed.
The Honourable Second Member for Flag Bunakai.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B670, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that it has not received any representation regarding the transferability of a public service vehicle license to a person, for taxi, I mean, to a person other than a legal heir. However, I am also given to understand that the criteria laid down by the previous management of the NLTA to consider application for transfer of taxi licenses to persons other than a legal heir are very restrictive and may have to be reviewed. Therefore, the new management at the NLTA will work out a new set of criteria to make it easier for licenses to be transferred between two unrelated parties, subject to some reasonable conditions being satisfied, such as the proposed transferee having worked in the car for which a license is being transferred continuously for a period of time as full-time or part-time driver, and the proposed transferee having a clean certificate of character, obviously. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards Part B of the question, there was indeed a delay in issuing the full-time or part-time driver certificate, as such applications were dealt within more than 12 months by the NLTA under the previous management, and therefore penalizing both the taxi operators as well as the applicants for full-time or part-time driving certificate. However, as soon as the new management of the NLTA was appointed, I have requested the new team, to look into the streamlining of procedures for the services it was offering. And one of them was to look into the possibility to issue a provisional certificate to applicants for part-time or full-time drivers. Being given that such applications are now being processed diligently in about 2 months instead of 12 months, the Honourable Member will surely concur that there is now perhaps no need to issue a provisional certificate at this point in time. With additional offences or with additional officers posted at the inspectorate section of the NLTA, this time period will be even shorter, given time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is to be noted that during the month of June 2025, that is in 1 month's time, 241 files pending since year 2021 have been cleared in respect of applications for transfer of PSV, contract car, contract bus, road service licenses, as well as part-time and full-time driver certificate, which did not happen at the NLTA for a decade.
One supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister, and the taxi community is certainly appreciating the way the demand for part-time passengers are being dealt. However, will the Minister consider a reform in the system, because currently one part-time driver can apply for a pass, but for only one vehicle. So whether this can be reformed so that that pass allows him to work not only in one taxi, but in multiple taxis. This will create further job opportunities for part-time and even full-time drivers.
I'm not too sure what are the implications. I can discuss with the officers at the NLTA with a view to giving, as requested, due consideration to the proposal.
Honourable second member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. B/671.
Because sir, in the absence of the substantive minister, I'm replying to this question. I am informed that drafting instructions have been transmitted to the Attorney General's office for a draft sports bill. Indeed, I am informed that the Ministry of Youth and Sports has invited the public to submit their views and suggestions via a press communiqué for a comprehensive new sports bill instead of piecemeal amendments to the existing legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, concerning Part A of the question, I am informed that submissions have been received from the Rodrigues Commission for Sports. Additionally, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sports, personally headed a mission to Rodrigues from 6th to 10th April 2025. There, he had the opportunity to have a first-hand understanding des réalités du terrain through meetings with the Commissioner for Sports and his officers, as well as representatives of Rodrigues regional sports committees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that during his mission to Rodrigues, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sports, did receive representations regarding the setting up of a Comité Régional Olympique et Sportif, also known as CROS. Specific provisions have been made in the new sports bill in respect of Rodrigues, and therefore the question of setting up a special committee does not arise.
The Honourable second member for Grand-Bay Puteaux.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B672.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Section 84 of the Workers' Rights Act stipulates that a worker shall be entitled to a transitional unemployment benefit where his employment is terminated by his employer for a period of not less than 1 month and no more than 12 months. The rate of the transitional employment benefit payable is subject to a ceiling of 25,475 as follows. First 3 months, 90% of the basic wage. 4 to 6 months, 60% of the basic wage. 7 to 12 months, 30% of the basic wage. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, the number of applications received and approved from 2020 to 2024 are as follows. For 2020, 16,170 applications were received, out of which 13,326 applications had been approved. For 2021, 11,264 applications received, out of which 8,930 approved. 2022, 8,145 applications received, 5,578 approved. 2023, 7,264 applications received, 4,880 approved. 2024, 8,543 applications received, 5,992 applications approved. As regards Part B of the question, Section 84, subsection 5 provides that where a worker has made claim for TUB and the supervising officer of my ministry is satisfied that the case is bona fide, the supervising officer shall within 7 days, notify the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity to effect payment. The latter has up to 10 days from receipt of claim of my ministry to effect payment to the laid-off workers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that based on statistics retrieved from the computerized workfare program system, the average time taken to process application from the date of registration of the worker on the workfare program to the date the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity is notified to effect payment is as follows. For 2020, 78 days. For 2021, 59 days. For 2022, 58 days. For 2023, 70 days. For 24, 61 days. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that there are several reasons for the delay to process the application within the statutory delay of 7 days. Most of the delays are due to delay to secure document information from uncooperative employers, delay from the workers to submit the required documents, shortage of staff. But the main reason remains, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that before the supervising officer approves the transfer, he must be satisfied that the claim is bona fide, and unfortunately, he undergoes a series of consultation with the worker and the employer, and that takes time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm also informed that for the disbursement to be made to the beneficiaries, on average, the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity takes an additional 2 weeks from the date of notification is made. The time to process the application, therefore, is up to 10 times more than the statutory requirement of 7 days, 10 times. While the application is being processed, the worker does not receive any payment, and the delay in processing the application defeats the purpose of the Act, which is to provide the laid-off worker with immediate relief. In order to bring improvement to the workfare program and to make it more efficient, at the level of our ministry, I have set up a technical committee. The committee also comprises representatives of the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity. I'm informed that the committee has met on 8 occasions and has held consultation with Business Mauritius, with various trade unions and other stakeholders, and is presently finalizing its recommendations.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what mechanism or facilities are provided to officers to ensure secure and efficient files transport from regional offices around the island to the head office?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. What I have done when I came to office is to eliminate the duplicity that occurred, because previously, whenever a worker made a complaint, he had to report to the labor office closer to his place of employment. But when he was laid off, subsequently, he had to go to the labor office where he is residing. So there was duplicity and there was transfer of files, and this was taking a lot of delay. So what I have done, I've given an instruction now that it is the same labor office that have taken the complaint, that have registered the complaint of the worker, that is now going to process the workers, the application for workers program. We don't have a new inquiry starting in with the place of residence.
Thank you. I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours. Honourable First Member for Piton, arrivé du Honourable.
B673, merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that the Faubac B42 road connects the village of Cottage to Poutredor Hamlet over a length of 3 kilometers. The road, which varies between 6 and 7 meters and is in general good condition. Footpaths have been provided along inhabited stretches wherever space road reserves are available, namely over an approximate length of 1 kilometer along the road. In addition, a works order has been issued by the RDA to construct an additional 100 meters of footpath and drain from the Shell filling station towards Poutredor Hamlet. Excavation works have started and the works are expected to be completed by the end of August 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed that the RDA will carry out a cadastral survey to identify available spaces for future construction of footpaths. However, given the narrowness of the road and space constraints due to existing build-up areas, it is not advised to acquire land compulsorily from numerous private owners to widen the road. Footpath and handrails will accordingly be implemented wherever possible. I am also informed by the RDA that a joint site visit has been proposed with the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit to consider implementation of immediate road safety measures pending the implementation of footpath and drains. Such measures will include provision of road markings, traffic signs, and catch ice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part B of the question, I am informed that the branch road connecting Cottage near traffic lights to Goodlands at the level of Super U, commonly known as Beau Plateau Road, is not classified and hence falls under the purview of the District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart. I am informed by the latter that it does not have the required funding for the said project and has transmitted the request for enlargement and tarring of Beau Plateau Road to the National Development Unit of my ministry for consideration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the House may note that this government is also coming up with the construction of the motorway M4, which will start from Faubac on the motorway M2. It will join the Beau Plateau Road B43 at Mapou near Verger de la Bourdonnais and will pass through the villages of Poutredor Hamlet and Espérance Trébuchet, intersecting with the Faubac Road B42 through a roundabout. This motorway will provide a safe and alternative route for road users, thus lessening the traffic along the Faubac B42 and Beau Plateau B43 roads, thus improving the overall safety within the villages of Cottage and Poutredor Hamlet.
Honourable First Member for La Caverne Félix.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B674, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the Office of Public Sector Governance, OPSG, plays a very important role in fostering good governance across the public sector, including ministries, departments, state-owned enterprises, and local authorities. Its mandate includes providing management consultancy services, conducting in-depth financial, organizational, and governance reviews, and monitoring the performance of audit committees within public sector institutions, mainly to ensure effective implementation of the recommendations of the National Audit Committee, the National Audit Office, the Public Accounts Committee, and the Internal Control Unit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, the OPSG is currently reorienting its strategic approach to better align with evolving public expectations and institutional integrity standards. A key initiative being implemented during the current financial year 2025-2026 is the development of a comprehensive code of good governance for the public sector. This framework will serve as a unifying standard across public sector institutions with the objective of enhancing transparency and accountability, reinforcing ethical conduct and compliance, and elevating the overall effectiveness of service delivery in public sector organizations. The code is expected to strengthen systematic safeguards, instill a culture of responsibility, and restore public trust in the leadership and management of the public sector. With regard to Part B of the question, over the last 5 financial years, the OPSG has completed a total of 46 reviews covering areas such as finance, procurement, human resources, and governance. As follows: 2020-2021, 7 reports; 2021-2022, 10 reports; 2022-2023, 14 reports; 2023-2024, 10 reports. For the financial year 2024-2025, 5 reports have been completed and issued, and 4 are in progress of being finalized. It is to be noted that the 5 reviews that have been completed for the financial year 2024-2025, OPSG undertook assignments which were of a more complex nature and with wider scope, requiring more time to complete. In addition, during the same financial year, OPSG has been conducting governance surveys in 34 statutory bodies to assess compliance with the 8 principles enshrined in the National Code of Corporate Governance for Mauritius. And so far, 14 statutory bodies have been issued and assessed, and a governance report has been issued to them. As regards to remedial measures, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that OPSG analyzes and examines the issues, the shortcomings of the organizations reviewed, and subsequently proposes workable recommendations for improvement with respect to governance lapses, inefficiencies, and potential malpractices in public institutions. The responsibility to effectively implement the recommendations rests with the organization, the ministries, the departments for which OPSG conducted the reviews, and the implementation of these measures are monitored by the respective audit committees set up at the level of those ministries or departments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the OPSG operates on a demand-driven basis, and its reports are submitted exclusively to the requesting authority. Nevertheless, I wish to assure the House that where deficiencies are identified, OPSG recommendations are aimed at systematic rectification and capacity building. These typically include strengthening of internal controls, the revision of governance framework, and the clarification of reporting lines, including enhanced monitoring mechanism. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister, with regard to the annual report of the Office of Public Sector Governance, can she confirm to the House that, as at date, we've got only the annual report of 2016-2017 that is available for the public to consult?
May I? Thank you. Thank you for the additional question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I have been informed that this department it was previously called the Management Audit Office, and they used to publish their annual reports as an entity. Since 2019, they have been transferred as a department under the ministry, and since then, the report of the ministry includes the affairs of the OPSG. Since 2019, they are included in the annual report of the ministry.
Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche, Grande Rivière. Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, B675.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that there is currently no public toilet block operated by the Council in the centre of Belair-Riveches. However, a public toilet block managed by the Council is available at the New Belair Market Fair, which is situated on the outskirts of the village. I am informed that there are private toilets facilities within the commercial complex housing the Save Mart supermarket, which is centrally located in the village. These, however, are not under the jurisdiction of the Council and are intended for customers of the commercial premises. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following numerous requests from the public and in recognition of the inconvenience caused by the absence of a public toilet block in the center of the village, I wish to inform the House that the Saint-Esprit Parish has agreed in principle to the proposal. Discussions are currently ongoing and the Council has given its commitment to set up a toilet facility on the church premises, subject to the final agreement with the parish authority.
The Honourable Third Member for Maybeck-Clonmagnon.
B676, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, acute cardiac emergencies are sudden life-threatening conditions that require immediate medical attention, and if not treated promptly, these emergencies can lead to severe complications. In this respect, the Service d'Aide Médicale Urgente, SAMI, provides on-site pre-hospital medical treatment and stabilizes critical and vital emergency during transport, aligning with the golden hour concept, which is the quickest time frame to transfer patients to hospitals. The SAMI also handles secondary inter-hospital transfers for CT scans, MRIs, and primarily rescue percutaneous coronary intervention, a minimally invasive procedure used to open blocked or narrowed coronary arteries, which improves blood flow to the heart. The SAMI 24/7 control room at Victoria Hospital currently manages approximately 2,000 calls daily, utilizing an efficient triage and logistic system to handle vital emergencies, including myocardial infarctions in all 5 regional hospitals. Myocardial infarction is caused by decreased or complete cessation of blood flow to a portion of the muscle of the heart. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that my ministry is making provision for setting up of a trauma unit headed by emergency physicians in all regional hospitals to handle severe injuries and life-threatening emergencies. These units will provide immediate comprehensive care to patients having critical injuries from accidents and other traumatic incidents. I am informed that over the past 5 years, SAMI services based at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, Rosebell, has referred 170 patients, of which 41 patients were accepted for urgent primary percutaneous coronary intervention to the cardiac catheterization laboratory at Victoria Hospital. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that for period 2021 to date, 129 cases which were supposed to be undertaken have urgently been given the appropriate treatment of thrombolysis with tenecteplase in the SAMI ambulance itself. This medication dissolves blood clots for such cases. The patients was then admitted for appropriate follow-up, treatment and care. I wish to inform the House that since government took office, necessary has been made for a cath lab at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, and same will be operational within 1 month's time. During the last 10 years, there has been no increase in the number of ambulances, and I am informed that currently 8 ambulances and 6 SAMI are awaiting repairs. Therefore, I wish to inform the House that this government is taking strong initiatives to renew these ambulances and SAMI vehicles, and as such, 6 new vehicles are expected to upgrade the services. Moreover, I wish to inform the House that much efforts are being made to streamline the coordination between the SAMI services and the cardiac units so as to minimize delays and improve outcomes for cardiac emergency cases for the benefits of the population.
Yes, Honourable Ganga.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. 41 cases have been catered out of 170 cases, which is not adequate in case of emergency percutaneous coronary interventions. Maybe later the Minister could provide the House with information about the number that have been refused and also the reasons for the refusals of the interventions. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have mentioned that 170 patients were referred, 41 patients were accepted for urgent primary percutaneous coronary intervention to the cardiac catheterization laboratory, and the rest, 129, have been taken urgently. They were given appropriate treatment. They were not rejected. Appropriate treatment of thrombolysis. I am not a doctor myself, but I am made to understand that our ICU units, SAMI, they are themselves, they are moving ICUs throughout the country, and they undertake all urgent action that needs to be taken, that were taken, and care was given to those patients. And I have also mentioned that we are going to acquire more SAMI vans so that we can cater to the needs of more patients.
Honourable First Member for Mota Blanche Rodrigues Office.
Deputy Speaker, sir, B677.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to provide a detailed update regarding the status of football grounds under the purview of FLAC District Council. The Belair Rivière football ground, which covers an area of 6,400 meters square, was cleared on Friday, 11 July 2025. I am pleased to report that the lighting system at this ground is currently fully operational. However, it is important to note that the perimeter fencing has been damaged, and the cost estimate for the necessary repairs is around 1.8 million rupees, and the Council is in the process of securing financial clearance to proceed with these works. With regard to the Saint-Michel football ground, which spans 7,650 meters square, maintenance works are undertaken on Friday, 11 July 2025. Unfortunately, the lighting system at this ground was vandalized during March and April 2025. The required accessories and materials for repairs have already been procured, and the repairs works are expected to be completed by 28 July 2025. To mitigate future acts of vandalism, the installation of overhead wiring for the lighting system is under consideration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, regarding the Ernest Florent football ground, which has an area of 6,656 meters square, clearing works were also completed on the 11th July 2025. At present, 6 out of the 12 floodlights are not functional. The District Council of FLAC has informed that repair works will be carried out using in-house labor, with completion scheduled for 7 August 2025. Routine maintenance of all football grounds is conducted on a monthly basis by the Council to ensure the facilities remains in good condition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it has come to my attention that certain local authorities tend to act swiftly on maintenance and upgrading works only after a parliamentary question has been submitted regarding their jurisdiction. This reactive approach raises serious concern regarding their commitment to proactive service delivery. Regrettably, over the recent years, the quality of governance and public service within some local authorities has declined. This situation is largely attributed to a culture of complacency and lack of accountability on the part of a few officers. The legacy of neglect and the indifference under the previous administration has undermined public trust and service standards, and its consequences are still being felt today. As previously stated in my PQ B382 on 15 April 2025, disciplinary proceedings will be initiated against officers of local authorities who have failed to carry out their duties responsibly. The government remains fully committed to restoring discipline, professionalism, and accountability within the public service, and will not tolerate negligence of duty by any public officer interested to serve the public. Thank you.
Honourable second member for Culture Media Muka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question B678, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that there is a significant difference between pitches used to play futsal and other variations of football. Futsal is usually played indoors on a hard court, typically wooden or synthetic. On the other hand, synthetic pitches designed to mimic natural grass, offering an environment-friendly space for running and tackling, are utilized to play other variations of football, such as normal or small-sided games. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Youth and Sports is not a licensing nor a regulatory authority for such infrastructures. Therefore, the Ministry does not keep data on the number of synthetic football pitches or futsal which have been constructed and that are operational around the island. Nevertheless, the Ministry has sought information from local authorities as construction permits are issued by them. Information is being compiled and will be tabled later. As regards to part A of the question, I am informed that the Saint-François-Xavier Stadium in Port Louis, which falls under the purview of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, is equipped with synthetic grass and managed by the Mauritius Sports Council. I am further informed that the Mauritius Sports Council operates and maintains 10 multi-use games area, commonly known as MUGA, which was constructed by the Mauritius Telecom Foundation. These facilities include small synthetic football pitches. The cost of the construction and maintenance of the facilities are also being compiled. Maintaining a synthetic football pitch involves regular cleaning, infill maintenance, and periodic deep cleaning to ensure optimal playing conditions and longevity. This includes removing debris and weeds, if any, brushing the turf, checking and replenishing infill levels, and addressing any wear and tear. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to synthetic football pitches falling under the purview of public entities, as already indicated, the Ministry of Youth and Sports has sought the necessary information from local authorities. Regarding part B of the question, I am informed by the Mauritius Sports Council that there are no reported cases of physical injuries sustained by users of the 10 MUGAs or at Saint-François-Xavier Stadium. With regards to part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that the Ministry of Youth and Sports does not intend to replace its existing synthetic pitch at Saint-François-Xavier Stadium with a natural one.
Just for the record, Honourable Minister, you are the acting Minister of Sport.
Yes.
Yes, you replied to the question. The supplementary, the Honourable third member for Port Louis North and Moat Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. QB 679, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Municipal City Council of Port Louis that there are currently 79 green spaces, 9 public gardens, and 44 children's playgrounds under its jurisdiction. These sites are maintained and embellished by the Council's in-house workforce. For the information of the House, I am tabling the list of these amenities. The proposal made by the Honourable Member to seek sponsorship for the upkeep and enhancement of these public spaces is most welcome. Over the past 2 years, the Council has benefited from private sponsorship, notably in August 2023, Livestock Feeds Limited provide 4 litter bins and 4 benches for the green space opposite Pi SSS at a cost of 64,000 rupees. In June 2025, the Rotary Club of Montebello, Pi, funded the renovation of play equipment at the Montebello Children's playground amounting to 67,000 rupees. So far, the City Clinic has positively responded to a request from my ministry and has also sent a proposal for the embellishment and maintenance of the Plainvert Garden. Furthermore, I am informed that the Council has, in principle, no objection to private sponsorship for the maintenance and embellishment of green space, public gardens, and children's playground, provided such initiatives are submitted for formal approval at the Council's meeting.
The Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Cadbon. Honourable Member.
B680, merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that Palma Community Health Center stands on a plot of land of 15 space, which was donated by the Municipal Council of Catrobon in the year 1988. My ministry initiated action for the renovation of Palma Community Health Center, and following a bidding exercise, the contract for renovation and extension works was awarded to a contractor on 4th September 2023. However, in October 2023, the Ministry of National Infrastructure informed my ministry not to proceed with the handing over of the site to the contractor, as the Road Development Authority was envisaging the realignment of the road passing very close to the existing community health center building. This would severely affect the usage of the existing building and render it non-functional. Consequently, in view of major road works in that area, construction works on the new proposed design of the community health center could not be implemented. In order to provide a modern state-of-the-art facility to the inhabitants of Palma region, my ministry is liaising with the Ministry of Housing and Lands, the Ministry of National Infrastructure and the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit for either the acquisition of vesting of a new plot of land in that area for the construction of a new community health center. In the meantime, I can assure the Honourable Member that all mitigating measures will be undertaken to see to it that the place is safe for those who will come there.
Yes, one question.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Pending completion of procedures related to the land, will the minister inform the House whether urgent works could be undertaken, such as installing main courante on the front step of a dispensary and the toilet? Furthermore, if a solution can be considered to separate the pharmacy from patient consultations currently taking place in the same room. Thank you.
I have already mentioned that mitigating measures will be undertaken, and I can assure the Honourable Member by next week we can have a site visit so that we can have a proper look at this at the building and take whatever decision needs to be taken.
Do let me know when you intend to go to the site.
Yes.
The second member for Kochimiti Amoka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question B681, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to first part of the question, the total revenue obtained by government in respect of the tuna fishing industry over the period 2019 to 2024 amounts to 537,516,875 rupees. The revenue derived is from payment of the following: license fees of 382 million rupees by 780 registered fishing vessels, and tonnage fee of 156 million by foreign-owned Mauritian flag fishing vessels exporting tuna and tuna-like species, fish species. I'm informed that these 780 licenses were issued to the following categories of fishing vessels. 1, 294 licenses to fishing vessels under the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement with the European Union. 205 licenses to fishing vessels under the Mauritius-Seychelles Reciprocal Fishing Agreement. 311 licenses to fishing vessels not under any fishing agreement, and 4 70 licenses to Mauritian semi-industrial fishing vessels. Now, the tonnage fee was paid by foreign-owned Mauritian flag vessels operating in the industrial tuna fishery, exporting tuna and tuna-like fish species. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm tabling detailed information on the 780 fishing licenses issued to fishing vessels and revenue derived therefrom, as well as the applicable tonnage fee for the period of 2019-2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to the second part of the question, the forms in which the revenue was obtained in respect of the tuna fishing industry is mostly through bank transfer.
The Honourable First Member for Port Louis North and Mont Island.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Question B, 682. Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that in accordance with Section 8 of the National Pensions Act 1976, the criteria for someone to benefit from an invalid basic pension is that the person should suffer from a disability of at least 60%, which is likely to last for a period of at least 12 months, and he should be under the age of 60 years. First, let me inform the Honourable colleague of the constituency Port Louis North, Mont Island Port Louis North, that it would be inexact to state that the invalid basic pension to which the minor BCGAL was entitled was discontinued when he proceeded for overseas treatment. As a matter of fact, I am informed that a claim for invalid basic pension in favor of the minor was made on the 23rd May 2024. He was convened for medical assessment on the 4th of July 2024, 4th September 2024, and 5th November 2024, but he did not attend the medical board. Consequently, he was reconvened for medical assessment by the medical board on the 16th December 2024. On the 27th January 2025, he was recommended for the basic invalid pension for 1 year with effect from May 2024, date of application to April 2025. The first payment of 169,000 rupees was made by check on the 3rd of February 2025, representing payment from May 2024 to February 2025. I am further informed that the minor was reboarded for renewal of the invalid basic pension on the 14th May 2025, and same has not been recommended by the medical board. Following a disallowance notice issued to the minor, an appeal was filed on the 16th of June 2025, and the medical appeal tribunal hearing has been scheduled for 23rd July 2025. As a matter of fact, I am also informed by the Ministry of Health that the first overseas treatment of the minor to Chennai was on the 21st June 2024, and the second overseas treatment was from 21st February 25 to 8 March 2025. All the costs of the treatment was covered by the government. From the above chronology, it is clear that despite the fact that the minor has his overseas treatment on the 21st June 2024, he was paid his invalid basic pension for 1 year with effect from May 2024. In addition, he was abroad, while he was abroad from 21st February 2025 to 8th March 2025, he was also paid his BIP for this period. Let me add that I have paid 2 visits to the mother, the minor, and the family to verify the fact stated above, and to extend this government's compassion to the minor and the family. In parallel, myself and activists in the region have ensured solidarity actions to help the minor and his family. Furthermore, given that this case is considered a hardship case by the National Empowerment Foundation, it has been decided to allocate a proper NHDC housing to the family and the minor. My dear honourable colleague can rest assured that I, as a caring member of the National Assembly, representing constituency number 4, and as a caring minister of a caring and a responsible government, we will always display kindness and humanism and assume our responsibility to our fellow citizens' well-being and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Yes, you have one supplement.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Merci à mon collègue ministre pour la réponse. Comme vous le savez, c'est un cas très déchirant. Le ministre et son personnel, comme il vient de le dire, ont attendu que je dépose cette interpellation parlementaire pour visiter cet enfant. Je pose la question tout de suite. L'honorable ministre conviendra-t-il avec moi que ce cas n'est qu'un des nombreux cas où le personnel de son ministère fait preuve d'un manque de compassion et d'humanité? Que fera-t-il pour que les personnes en détresse n'aient pas à subir une telle humiliation dans l'avenir, tout comme le cas du bébé BCGAL? Merci.
I refer to my colleague the statement I made to the National Assembly during the last session to address the various issues that prevailed during the last 10 years and to address it with deep and profound reform that this government will be bringing to the law regulating and determining national invalid pension benefits and invalid pensions and benefit.
The Honourable Second
The change will come.
The Honourable Second Member for Gambia and Pudo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B683.
Monsieur le Vice-président, avec votre permission, je vais répondre à cette question. Je suis informé que Blue World Explorer Limited est le centre de plongée où s'est produit le 20 mars 2025, le malheureux incident au cours duquel M. BD a perdu la vie. Le centre de plongée a obtenu une licence d'entreprise touristique le 23 décembre 2024 pour exercer ses activités de plongée sous-marine à l'hôtel Le Méridien, après avoir rempli les conditions suivantes. A. Autorisation de la Mauritius Scuba Diving Association. B. Conformité aux normes établies par la MSDA pour une telle activité. C. Validité de permis de plaisance attaché au centre de plongée. Et D. Couverture d'assurance pour tous les employés travaillant pour la société. Monsieur le Vice-président, immédiatement après avoir été informé de l'incident, 2 agents de l'Office du tourisme se sont rendus sur place pour établir un rapport préliminaire. Ils ont indiqué que M. BD était décédé des suites de multiples blessures après l'explosion. Son décès a été confirmé par un médecin de la clinique du Nord. La police a ouvert une enquête. Les responsables de l'autorité du tourisme ont également indiqué que la licence du centre de plongée était valable jusqu'au 23 décembre 2025, tandis que celle du bateau de plaisance était valable jusqu'au 27 août 2025. Les activités se déroulaient conformément au protocole établi. De plus, tous les employés du centre de plongée étaient couverts par une police d'assurance. Néanmoins, compte tenu du décès signalé à la suite de l'accident, les activités du centre de plongée de l'hôtel Le Méridien et le permis de navigation de plaisance ont été suspendus en attendant la conclusion de l'enquête policière. En réponse à la partie A de la question, je suis informé que s'agissant d'un accident survenu sur le lieu de travail, le ministère du Travail et des Relations industrielles a ouvert une enquête afin d'identifier les causes profondes. Je crois savoir que l'enquête est en cours. Mon ministère, Monsieur le Vice-président, attend le résultat de l'enquête de la police et du ministère du Travail pour prendre des mesures appropriées concernant la licence du centre de plongée. Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne la partie B de la question, afin d'éviter de tels incidents malheureux ne se reproduisent, mon ministère a entre autres mis en place une squad pour conduire des visites surprises pour les opérateurs disposant d'une licence d'entreprise touristique auprès de l'autorité du tourisme pour les centres de plongée, identifier si les opérateurs adhèrent aux normes établies et s'assurer que leurs équipements complémentaires sont en bon état de fonctionnement. Monsieur le Vice-président, des instructions ont également été données au Tourism Authority d'appliquer strictement les dispositions des lois existantes, réglementation et assurer un suivi étroit de tous les titulaires de permis. Monsieur le vice-président, enfin, en réponse à la partie C de la question, je dois dire que l'autorité du tourisme suit de près cette affaire et avec la compagnie d'assurance du centre de plongée et la conclusion de l'enquête policière, le nécessaire sera fait.
Honourable Third Member for Kauchability Amoka.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as highlighted in my previous reply to Parliamentary Question B 489 on 13 May 2025, the Saint-Martin Dam Leisure Park project at Kauchability was approved during the year 2017-2018 financial year under the previous administration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, so this project has been marked by poor planning, fragmented execution strategy, and questionable procurement practices by the former government. Instead of adopting a streamlined and transparent design and build model, which would have ensured better coordination, timely delivery, and cost control, the previous administration split the project into multiple components. These were awarded to various contractors through different procurement methods, including sales quotations, restricted bidding, direct procurement, and open advertised bidding. This fragmented approach has compromised efficiency, escalated costs unnecessarily, and caused prolonged delays as the former administration kept on increasing the scope of work with time, and the project has still not yet been completed despite it started 8 years ago. I have been informed that a preliminary assessment conducted by the District Council of Mocha on 19 May 2025 revealed several defects and discrepancies in the completed infrastructural works and incomplete landscaping. In response, the District Council has initiated actions against defaulting contractors, including forfeiting retention money, conducting performance reviews, and initiating procedures to suspend or debark those who have not met satisfactory standards. As regard to Part A of the question, I am tabling the list of all contractors involved and the payments made to each of them. And also, regarding to Part B of the question, I am advised that the contractors was provided with materials for implementing the works. I am also tabling the list of materials supplied by the District Council of Mocha to the contractors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard to Part C of the question, I wish to assure the House that the District Council of Mocha has been instructed to complete its survey on all outstanding works and the project be completed before the end of this year. Thank you.
The Honourable Fourth Member for Porges Dos and Montano.
B685.
So I'm standing for the substantive ministers on overseas mission. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Republic of Mauritius is represented worldwide through a network of 19 diplomatic missions, 1 consulate general and 1 consulate. These overseas missions are an integral part of the ministry and are headed by an ambassador, High Commissioner, or a council. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm hereby tabling the information on the number of missions currently in operation with the names of the heads. There are currently 3 ambassadors in post, and the other missions are being headed by diplomats acting as chargé d'affaires. With regard to details of the remuneration and allowances paid, they are governed by the PRB report. With respect to Part B of the question, I'm tabling the annual operation costs incurred in respect of each mission over the past financial year, including rental charges and other staff-related expenses. With regard to Part C, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, of the question, the government does not envisage to have any reduction in the number of missions. With the current geopolitical situation, government is focusing on enhancing its bilateral relations worldwide and use of our diplomatic missions to explore further trade, investment and investment opportunities, technology transfer and capacity building in line with our government program and the parameters of our budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, rather than reducing the number of missions, we're maximizing efficiency, reducing unnecessary expenditure, and making optimal use of resources.
Yes. The Honourable Minister. Although he's not the substantive minister, but speaking of efficiency, whether a study has been made recently or is available with regards to certain minor embassies such as those in terms of activity, whether these embassies, these missions are efficient and whether they should be reviewed, their model of functioning. These are, amongst others, Berlin, Moscow, Kuala Lumpur, and Maputo. So is there such a study on the efficiency of those 4 embassies, including maybe others as well?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, size doesn't mean that they are not efficient. In fact, they are delivering and delivering to the best of our abilities to serve the interests of our nation.
The Honourable second member for Mayberg, Plaine-Maillon.
B686. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The NHTC housing estate at Mar d'Albert, known as Résidence Hortensia, was completed in April 2024 and delivered to the eligible beneficiaries as from the end of May 2024. The housing estate comprises 203 units of ground plus 1 in a row-type configuration. With regards to Part A, I am informed that by the NHGC that to date, out of the 203 housing units, 181 are occupied, 2 housing units have not yet been allocated, and the initial beneficiaries have declined, the offer, and 20 beneficiaries are currently carrying out fit-out and external improvement works prior to moving into their houses. As regards Parts B, given that the housing units at Résidence Hortensia are individually owned, the housing estate is not governed by a règlement de copropriété, and thus there is no syndic. The residents are responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of their property. The NHGC has, in March 2025, requested the District Council of Grand Port to take over the multi-purpose hall and the commercial space at Résidence Hortensia. The previous government had not made any preparations whatsoever with regards to those particular issues. A reply is now awaited from the relevant District Council, and my good friend, the Minister of Local Government, has been made aware of same. In the meantime, the NHDC is ensuring the maintenance of the green spaces, children's playground, and the other shared facilities and amenities. Allow me to add, however, that this is the way that things were planned by the previous regime. However, I am of the view that it is the responsibility, and it should be the responsibility of the local authority to maintain the children's playground as well as the other facilities there. But it is also the responsibility, once the internal roads of any such estate is declared public, that it is and should be the responsibility of the local authority to maintain the roads and to clean the places, because there are too many places that are not being maintained by the local authorities. The reason being so is that the previous regime has tried to remove them from the ambit of the responsibility of the local authorities. So if we are to work together as a team, we will be able to manage all those problems.
Yes, Honourable.
Yes, thank you to my colleague, Minister. There is a social welfare hall in this residence which have never been opened for the inhabitants. Can the Minister see if needful can be done so that these people can have social community activities?
The whole idea of that particular multi-purpose hall is precisely for the residents for it to be used. That there is, therefore, in my humble view, even though the previous government had decided that there shall be no syndic within such a property, I am of the view, and logic dictates, that there should be a SANTIC. Because if there is no SANTIC, who will maintain the multipurpose hall? Because it is only for access to the residents of that place. So there should be a SANTIC. And the SANTIC and I take advantage of this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to pass the very important message, is that not only are we trying to revamp and reform the whole idea of managing and maintaining those residential estates, NHDC and SLD, but we have to continue with the new scheme that we're coming up with, mentioned in the budget, but the people with the SANTIC have to take the responsibility of contributing. A majority of them do. But it is important that all of us, if you get good service, they will clearly pay. Thank you.
Next question, the Honourable third member for Portrush North and Motailong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. PQB 687, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I will reply to this PQ on behalf of my colleague, the Substantive Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation. I thank the Honourable Member for showing such enthusiasm regarding the mobile app Correct. Let me inform the House that this new app is still at its conception stage. Consultations are ongoing regarding both the features of Correct and the services that will be available thereon. At this stage, only the name, logo, and tagline of the mobile app have been reserved with the Industrial Property Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration, and International Trade. Once this app Correct is ready, it is only then that it will be correct for the Ministry to provide ample information about sale. Thank you.
Yes,
May I ask the Honourable Minister whether there are measures that are being considered to encourage members of society to get registered with the new application?
Yes. I think the Substantive Minister will take charge of that.
Okay. The Honourable First Member for Pito-Rivière-du-Roi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B688.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, which requires detailed statistical information, I'm proposing, with your permission, to table this part of the answer. Regarding Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that in line with government's vision, as stated in Government Programme 2024-2029, to position Mauritius as a globally competitive and vibrant higher education hub, my ministry, in collaboration with the various institutions operating under its aegis, has initiated focused actions to develop appropriate strategies for promoting Mauritius as a destination of choice for higher education. My ministry has established 3 national committees which are tasked with formulating recommendations and implementable actions to attract more international students to Mauritius. The committees are, namely, internationalization of higher education, branding and marketing of higher education, and Study in Mauritius platform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, these committees, following extensive consultations with various stakeholders, presented their findings and recommendations at the Higher Education Summit, which was organized by my ministry from 4 to 6 June 2025. The recommendations are presently being translated into an action plan under the Study in Mauritius banner, and as an immediate step to develop a roadmap for attracting international students from key regions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a holistic approach is being adopted to promote the Study in Mauritius and internationalization initiatives, and these comprise, among others, facilitations regarding visa and work permit policies, simplification of application processes, and the introduction of post-study work visa framework to retain talents. Language support, cultural adaptation, access to health services, student orientation, and housing standards tailored to international needs
and promoting transnational education through joint degrees, academic exchanges, and virtual mobility programs.
Yes.
Thank the Honourable Minister for such an elaborate reply. Could the Honourable Minister also inform the House which countries are being targeted by the campaign to study in Mauritius campaign? Thank you.
Initially, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are targeting countries like Zimbabwe, where we're already having a large number of students coming to Mauritius, Zimbabwe, Botswana in Africa, and in Asia, we're targeting Nepal and Indonesia.
Thank you. The Honourable First Member for Portsmouth North and Mount Island.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Question B 689.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the first setting up of an incinerator at Crèvecoeur, a plot of land measuring 1,200 square meters, was acquired by the District Council of Pamplemousses from Terra Gris on 29 September 2022 for a token sum of ₹1. The proposed project involves the construction of a concrete building to accommodate an LPG fire human incinerator, along with a toilet block and other associated amenities. The initial estimated cost of the project is ₹26 million. The District Council of Pamplemousses launched an open national bidding exercise on 19 February 2025 with a closing date of 3rd March 2025. A total of 5 bids were received and opened on 4th March 2025. The evaluation exercise was conducted at the level of the Council. The lowest evaluated substantially responsive bid was submitted by R1 Enterprise Limited for a total amount of ₹26,097,812 and cents 50, inclusive of VAT. As this amount slightly exceeded the initial project estimate, an additional sum of $97,812 and 50 cents was requested from my ministry. Approval for the additional funding was granted and formally conveyed on 26 June 2025. In line with Section 40, Part 3 of the Public Procurement Act, notification letters were issued to both the selectors and unsuccessful bidders on 3rd July 2025. As no challenge was received within the prescribed delay period, the contract will be awarded to the lowest evaluated responsive bidder by 18 July 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following the signing of the contractor will have 14 days to take possession of the site. Works are expected to begin by the end of August 2025 and will be completed within a period of 12 months, that is by August 2026. Thank you.
The Honourable First Member for Pretoria to report.
P690. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for putting the question. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will seek your indulgence because the reply is so long that I might as well circulate it. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a supplementary? No, supplementary. Honourable Third Member for Bobassa, Petite-Rivière.
P691, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the National Cancer Center currently manages approximately 21,000 active cancer cases. According to the latest National Cancer Registry, which is published annually, a total of 2,841 new cancer cases were diagnosed in Mauritius during the year 2023, comprising 1,205 cases among males and 1,636 cases among females. The primary focus for treatment at National Cancer Center includes blood cancers and solid tumors. Solid tumors are abnormal tissue masses that develop in organs or tissues. The NCC in Mauritius provides comprehensive treatment for the most common cancer diagnosed in the country. Among males, the center treats cancers of the prostate, colorectal region, lung, stomach, ENT, head and neck. For females, NCC offers specialized care for breast, colorectal, endometrial, ovarian and cervical cancers, which represent the main cancer type affecting women in Mauritius. A total of 295 cancer patients have received treatment at the radiotherapy department of NCC. Major modalities of treatment include also chemotherapy and surgical oncology. I'm informed that chemo sessions are predominantly conducted at NCC with 1,200 sessions per month and 1,500 chemotherapy sessions delivered monthly across the island in all regional hospitals. Since government took office, I took note that all equipment were lying idle. Consumables and medicines had expired and no surgery was being carried out. Over and above the introduction of a second linear accelerator in December 2024, more patients have received radiotherapy at the center. A full-fledged surgical oncology unit is operational at NCC since February this year, whereby 175 cancer patients have undergone surgery with technical assistance from foreign teams in certain cases. With regard to Part B of the question, National Cancer Center has successfully completed the installation, commissioning and licensing of its state-of-the-art PET CT scanner, SPECT CT scan, DEXA scan and HDR brachytherapy, marking a significant milestone in the enhancement of hybrid diagnostic imaging in Mauritius. I wish to inform the House that the operational license has already been granted on 7th July 2025, and as at date, 15 PET scan studies have already been carried out on a pilot basis. This number will increase in the coming weeks so as to allow more patients to benefit from this advanced diagnostic equipment. In addition, my ministry is having consultation with the Republic of India for acquiring the services of an oncosurgeon to carry out oncosurgeries at the new cancer center on a regular basis, thus sustaining the oncosurgery program.
Yes. The Honourable said member for Mayberg, Benmayan.
B692, please.
Honourable Minister of Housing and then,
Sorry.
can you please follow?
It was an exchange of national importance. Issues were at stake. We managed to sort it out. So thank you very much. So I am informed that in 1983, the government acquired from Mont Trésor Mont Désert, now Omnicane, at the nominal price of 10 rupees, a plot of land of an extent of 11 acres, 65 perches at Concarol, commonly referred to as Kenya, located near Le Bouchon, in view of regularizing the situation of the families who had been occupying those plots of land since the aftermath of Cyclone Carol. In 1985, part of the site was parceled out, whereby some 75 residential leases were granted. Subsequently, some 60 pre-July 2015 squatters over the remaining part of the state land were each granted a lease for residential purpose. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that following subdivision of some of the plots of land, there are at present a total 149 plots at Concarol as follows: 145 residential plots, one plot on which stands a village hall, one plot occupied by Arya Samaj, one plot leased to Force Vive of Concarol, and one vacant plot. My ministry is in accordance with the provisions of sections 5.5 of the State Lands Act, also proceeding with the sale of state land to the families holding a building site lease for residential purposes. I am informed that 72 notarial deeds witnessing the sale of the land have already been registered. 37 cases are currently being processed, and 34 cases will be processed once pending issues relating to expiry of leases, dispute among heirs, and site occupation are resolved. The remaining 2 cases pertain to suspected squatting that have not yet been regularized, as further investigation is required. Thank you.
The Honourable third member for Mayberg, Benmayan.
B693, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that in 2015, the Road Development Authority commissioned a traffic study with a view to reviewing traffic scheme in Port-Louis so as to alleviate the current severe traffic congestion along the motorway. it was observed that one of the main bottlenecks was at the Place d'Armes intersection, which served as the main entry and exit point for both northbound and southbound traffic. Further to the recommendation of the study, the Deccan flyover project was implemented in 2018, which connects motorway M1 to A1 Road in front of Line Barracks to provide for a second entry point to the city center for traffic coming from the south. Various traffic schemes have been implemented by the RDA as an integral part of the Deccan flyover to alleviate traffic congestion as follows. Number one, reconfiguration of the junction as Place d'Armes by eliminating the right turning movement to the north. This movement towards the north via M2 was prohibited to ensure a better traffic fluidity for the mainstream traffic along the motorway for the northbound and southbound traffic. Number two, following the aforementioned traffic restraint, traffic are now using alternative routes to exit the city center to proceed towards the north via M2 as follows. Number one, left turning exit at Place d'Armes on motorway M1, the U-turn at Codon Roundabout to the north, at the turning to the left, roundabout and then going to the north. Royal Street, Nicolet Road, Military Road, the connection to eventually join motorway M2 through New Quai interchange. Brown-Séquard Street via Orléans Street and Deschamps Street via Codon Roundabout and slip lane towards motorway M2. Brown-Séquard Street, Orléans Street, d'André Castor Street, A1 Road, Colonel Sandapa Street, Codon Roundabout, and then the slip lane towards motorway M2. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, prior to the implementation of the Deccan project and the extension of the metro line to the Place d'Armes metro station, there were 5 lanes in the northbound direction with 3 through lanes towards the north and 2 right turning lanes toward the city center. There were 2 lanes in the southbound direction, and with this consideration, the capacity of the motorway at this particular junction was adequate to cater for the high traffic volume during peak hours for both through and turning movements. Currently, there are only 2 through lanes for movement towards the north and only 1 right turning lane towards the city center, while the lane configuration towards the south has remained unchanged. This is because of the Metro Express project. It has consumed space on the motorway. This has decreased, therefore, the capacity for moving traffic from 5 lanes to 3 lanes along the northbound carriageway. With this reduction in lane configuration from 5 lanes to 3 lanes, there has been considerable decrease in the overall junction capacity for both through and right turning movements. From a traffic management point of view, the new road configuration has reduced capacity, and restoring the right turning movement towards the north will critically impact upon the performance of the Place d'Armes junctions, resulting in longer traffic queues and considerable traffic delays for traffic along M1 and M2. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, therefore, from the foregoing, reverting back to the old configuration is now not feasible.
Honourable Third Member for Bobassa, Petite Rivière.
694, please.
Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I am tabling the requested information which was obtained from the National Land Transport Authority. As regards Part B, I am informed that the regulator has already started working on the proposals to review the existing methodology used for the calculation and payment of the free travel subsidy. I am made to understand that the current formula, which dates back to the introduction of the free travel scheme in 2005, is primarily based on fixed amounts for different routes and the estimated fleet utilization for each operator. As such, payments to the bus operators are made as follows. National Transport Corporation, estimated time rate of utilization, 78%, UBS 77%, Triolet bus service 88%, Rosil Transport 77%, MBT 90%, individual bus operators including Rodrigues 90%. The monthly fee travel compensation for individual bus operators for the different routes, including Rodrigues, range from 37,750 to 71,500 monthly, that is. However, with the forthcoming implementation of the fleet management system, which will enable real-time monitoring of bus operation, including number of trips performed and distance travel, the NLTA will be able to effect the payment of the free travel compensation more rationally, fairly, and judiciously, since payment will be based on a trip basis. As such, Deputy Speaker, sir, the fleet management system will undoubtedly allow for subsidy calculation based on the actual number of trips completed, thereby ensuring greater accountability, transparency, and alignment with level of service delivery, and therefore better value for money for taxpayers. Thus, the revised formula, along with the support of the FMS, will soon put a full stop to the current state of chaotic affair, it's quite chaotic, which has perpetuated and worsened over the last decade. Here I would like to emphasize on statistics which showcase that. Number one, there has been an increase of 51% in our vehicular fleet since 2015 to date, which registered at the NLTA. It was 486,000 plus, now it's 733,000 plus. So therefore, one would expect more people to use vehicles than buses. So therefore, nothing has been done over the last 10 years. And I'm questioning that now. And number two, the number of buses licensed with the road service licenses has decreased by 100 buses in the last 10 years. Number three, the Metro Express has been introduced since 2020, and it commutes some 40,000 passengers per day. So one would expect less people traveling by the bus. Despite the aforementioned figures, the payment mechanism and quantum for the free travel compensation have remained almost unchanged, and I condemn this irresponsible disbursement offence over the last 10 years. This is why, Deputy Speaker, sir, I maintain that the fleet management system will be a game changer. A sum of 70 million rupees for first time ever has been catered for in this current budget exercise. The consultant has finalized the document, and same is expected to be launched soon. Furthermore, a consultation exercise has been fixed for Thursday, 24 July 2025, wherein all concerned stakeholders, including bus operators mostly, will be briefed on the fleet management system, the forthcoming bus services bill, as well as the introduction of the cashless ticketing system, which also is in the list of projects in the pipeline for my ministry. The above will undeniably bring a paradigm shift in the quest for modernization of the land transport as provided for in Government Programme 2025-2029.
Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Par rapport à la décision du gouvernement de repousser l'âge de la retraite à 65 ans, l'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire si la pension de vieillesse, pardon, merci de repousser la pension de vieillesse à 65 ans. L'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire comment il compte s'y prendre en ce qui concerne les personnes du troisième âge, justement, qui voyagent gratuitement par autobus? Y aura-t-il des changements à ce niveau?
Insofar as this concern, I think there's no need for concern on this. There's no change.
The Honourable First Member for Montaille-Blanche, Rodrigues.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B695.
Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the NLTA.
If your answer is long, we can circulate it. It looks very well.
It's quite long.
Yeah, but circulate it, please.
Can I read the essential part then?
No, circulate it. My friend will.
So please, there you are.
Your supplementary question? The supplementary. The second member for Kochemiti Muka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question B696, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me at the outset convey my gratitude to all supply teachers who have helped my ministry to palliate the shortages of academic staff and ensure that classes are not left unattended and the students are not penalized. In fact, it has been the practice for my ministry to have recourse under delegated power to enlist the services of supply teachers both in primary and secondary schools as a contingency measure to cater for the shortage of educators who have proceeded on maternity leave, long vacation leave, leave without pay, and study leave. The availability of a pool of supply teachers is also crucial whenever gaps occur in the recruitment exercise of permanent educators, for instance, with the introduction of new subjects arising due to curriculum reforms. It is also known that supply teachers do not benefit from the same compensation or other privileges as compared to holders of permanent posts as educators, thus impacting on their motivation and resulting in low retention capacity. To this effect, consultations have been held between my ministry and the Ministry of Public Service on the modalities towards devising a more attractive scheme of service for supply teachers of primary and secondary schools with a view to improving their working conditions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, these consultations have resulted in the identification by my ministry of a number of additional benefits that may be granted to supply teachers, and these have been transmitted to the Ministry of Public Service. My ministry has been informed by the Ministry of Public Service that the recommendations have already been made on the basis of our consultations to the Pay Research Bureau for consideration in the next report. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, in view of the fact that the recommendations have already been made to the PRB, it is advisable at this stage that we await the outcome thereof and hope for an enhanced career progression of teachers and quality-driven long-term teaching for the students. Moreover, after les Assises de l'Éducation held in April this year, we are going to hold the validation workshops prior to finalizing the blueprint for the education sector. I will personally ensure that the issue related to supply teachers is given due consideration. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Savannah Brackribbon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, please, B697.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in accordance with Section 50 of the Local Government Act 2011, as subsequently amended, the responsibility of the removal and safe disposal of dead animals from public roads and other locations rests with local authorities. The burial of animal carcasses is regulated under the Animal Disease Act of 1925. At present, I am informed that there is no officially designated burial ground for dead animals under the purview of local authorities. In practice, scavenging teams collect animals' carcasses from roadsides or other locations either upon complaints or during routine inspection. These carcasses are treated with lime, sealed in plastic bags, and transported to transfer stations for appropriate disposals. I'm further informed that in 2022, a motion was made by the Honourable Member, who was then serving as the District Councillor, to identify a burial site for deceased animals within the Suriname Cemetery or another suitable location in the Savannah region. This proposal is still under consideration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards the Ministry of Agro, Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, I am advised that no state land has yet been specifically allocated for the burial of pets. Nonetheless, a formal request for this purpose was submitted by the Ministry of Agro to the Ministry of Housing and Lands during the first week of July. Furthermore, the Mauritius Society for Animal Welfare, that is the MSO, operating under the aegis of the Ministry of Agro Industry, provide disposal services for the carcasses of dogs, cats, and other small animals. These services are provided upon payment, typically ranging from 1,500 to 3,000 rupees, and include both the collection and cremation of carcasses at the incinerator located at Bassarequin, Belmore. This facility operates under the Division of Veterinary Services of the Ministry of Agro and is open from Monday to Saturday. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Health and Wellness plays an important role in ensuring that any animal burial sites comply with public health standards. I am informed that should there be any disposal or to bury pets in existing cemeteries where land is available, prior approval from the Ministry of Health is mandatory to ensure that all sanitary and public health requirements are strictly observed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, environmental considerations also play an important role. The Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, through its Solid Waste Management Division, is tasked with ensuring that burial sites do not pose any risk of environmental contamination. In particular, any proposed pet cemetery must be located at least 30 meters away from the water resources, drain, or similar features to prevent contamination and to address potential impact related to climate change. The proposal to construct a new incinerator for dead animals at Saint-Martin has been proposed in 2025-2026 budgetary framework. However, the establishment of such a facility or pet burial site would necessitate a comprehensive feasibility study and significant public investment. In addition to initial capital in expenditure, ongoing costs such as staffing, equipment maintenance, and utilities must also be considered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, given the complexity of this issue, including consideration of public health, environment protection, land use, and financial implication, I am proposing the establishment of a technical committee, and this committee will comprise relatively from the Ministry of Agro, MSO, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health and Wellness, and my ministry. Its mandate will be to develop a comprehensive project proposal addressing the burial and disposal of deceased animals. I am personally liaised with the Honourable Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security and Blue Economy to advance these initiatives. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port.
Thank you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker. Sir, it's question B/698, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that the Terre Rouge-Verdun Link Road, now known as the motorway M3 Road, was initiated by the RDA on 18 February 2010 and the project completed on 30 November 2013. The cost of the initial project, comprising a total of 15.7 kilometers of dual carriageway, was 2.162 billion rupees, inclusive of VAT. The final price was 2.896 billion, inclusive of VAT, taking into consideration additional works, dispute settlement costs, remedial works, prolongation costs, and price adjustments. The contractor on the project was Colas Maurice, Colas Madagascar, Terre Rouge, Verdun, Trianon, Link Road joint venture. Consultancy fees paid to the consultant Aegis DCEOM International stands at 121 million, inclusive of VAT. I'm informed that during the implementation of the project, several landslides occurred during the period 2010 to 2013 in 4 specific zones of cuts, which prevented the completion of the project over a length of about 2.7 kilometers along the southbound carriageway towards Ripaille. I'm informed that several attempts were made to reprofile the slopes at that time, but given the complexity of the terrain, unusual geotechnical conditions, and the high water table, the works in whole could not be completed successfully, hence the decision of the RDA to allocate a separate contract for the treatment of the landslides in the best interest of the works. The contract was accordingly awarded to Sino Hydro Corporation Limited for initial amount of 762 million rupees, inclusive of VAT. The commencement date was 3rd October 2014, and the contract period was 457 calendar days, that is up to 2nd January 2016. Additional works were carried out for an increase in the scope of works due to redesign of slopes, installation of rock nets, extension of time with cost, and repair of landslide, bringing the contract amount to 924 million rupees, inclusive of VAT. Consultancy fees paid to the consultant Gates on the project stands at 9.8 million, inclusive of VAT. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm further informed that after the expiry of the defects liability period on 19 January 2015, cracks reappeared on the finished road level of the Terre Rouge Verdun Link Road near Valton roundabout. The transverse cracks propagated very swiftly and the road eventually subsided due to a failure of the embankment. Several consultants were appointed by the RDA to determine the cause of the failure and to propose adequate solutions and provide assistance during supervision of the works, namely ARQ Consulting Engineers, South Africa, for an amount of 4.1 million rupees inclusive of VAT. Second, Korean Expressway Corporation for an amount of 2.7 million inclusive of VAT. And third, Water Research, contractor for the boreholes drilling, for an amount of 4.3 million inclusive of VAT. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been made aware that at that specific time, the professional indemnity insurance of the consultant, Aegis BCEOM International, was still valid till December 2015. Despite that, for some obscure reasons, the then government did not at that material time explore any avenue, legal or otherwise, to recoup the cost of repairs from the consultant or the contractor. It should be highlighted that with a view to maintaining traffic on the Terre Rouge Verdun Link Road at that point in time, a bypass road of 485 meters had to be constructed to avoid the damaged section. The works were allocated to Gamma Construction Limited on 2nd March 2015 for an amount of 18.3 million rupees inclusive of VAT. The work started on 3rd March 2015 and were completed on 6 April 2015. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, based on the solution proposed by KEC, namely a horizontal replacement method, the RDA awarded a contract for repair to embankment on motorway M3 at Ripaille, project to Transinvest Construction, previously known as COLAS, the one of the party to whom the initial contract was awarded as a joint venture for 326.1 million inclusive of VAT. However, during the period mid-December 2017 to mid-January 2018, after frequent rainfall events, there were major cracks and slope movements, landslides on the mountainside, which affected the ongoing works. Subsequently, the contractor, based on the advice of a leading expert in geotechnical engineering, proposed to undertake pile stabilization to prevent the sliding as an additional measure. A consultancy contract was then awarded to Cerema from France for an amount of 3.2 million, inclusive of VAT, which is specialized in such type of works, to undertake the reinforcement designs and provide assistance during supervision of the works. The piling works were awarded in September 2018 to Sino Hydro Corporation Limited for the sum of 142.4 million inclusive of VAT, plus a provisional sum of 11.5 inclusive of VAT for unforeseen conditions. The order to commence was issued on 22 October 2018, and all piling work were completed on 18 February 2019. The whole repair works were substantially completed on 19 July 2019. It is also worth to note that in January 2018, there was a collapse on the left-hand side northbound, approximately 475 meters from the Ripaille roundabout opposite one of the previously affected sections. In order to stabilize this section, a contract for the design and build turnkey was awarded to Sino Hydro Corporation for the sum of 133.4 million rupees inclusive of VAT. The work started on 18 February 2019 and were completed on 16 September 2019. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a project which initially started on 18 February 2010 to be completed on 30 November 2013 for a sum of 2.283 billion rupees has ended up to be completed in September 2019 for a total sum of 5.238 billion, more than twice its projected initial cost, depicting the vulnerable condition arising out of climatic change, but at the same time highlighting the weaknesses of non-timely actions which could have been taken in 2015. As regards part B1 and 2, the question does not arise.
Okay, time is over. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B700, B702, B708, B704, B707, B703, B706. Motion.
Motion.
Deputy Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I suspend the sitting for half an hour. Honourable.
Statements by ministers none. Public bill first reading.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I move that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 be read a second time. Let me start by reminding the House
Sorry,
that...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yeah.
The bill must come first. It's coming to be read for the first time.
Oh.
And then we... Sorry. So, can you make the motion again?
I beg to move that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 be read the first time.
Seconded.
Second reading. Public bill second reading.
I move that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 be read the second time.
Seconded. Yes.
Seconded. Okay. Let me start, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by reminding the House that as stated in the government program of 2025-2029, because of the serious challenges to the rule of law and the role of the enforcement agencies, government said that we will take measures to deal more effectively with crimes generally, but also including financial crimes. This government has repeatedly pledged that we shall leave no stone unturned in our commitment to strengthening the Mauritius investigating capabilities, particularly against financial crimes. But before I come to the provision of this short bill, I want to say a few words by way of introduction. After 10 years of connivance by the previous government, when the scourge of drug trafficking was allowed to seep deep into the fabric of our society, the need for our law enforcement agencies to work more effectively together has never been greater. Yet, the whole nation knows, why was the Financial Crimes Commission Act passed? It wasn't passed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to intensify the combat against the money launderers, or the fraudsters, or the corrupt gangsters who infect public life in our country. It was passed to protect or pursue those whom the last government ordained. Some people were completely protected, some people were harassed. That is why this Financial Commission Act was passed. A good example is why else? Why else would they exclude the vital role of the constitutionally independent Director of Public Prosecutions, an offense against which the last government shamefully mounted attack after attack after attack? The Financial Crimes Commission was not created to work hand in hand with other agencies, but to be controlled one political party in its own interest. That is why it was passed. Contrary to them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we in this government are introducing new legislation to rebuild the capacity of our law enforcement agencies to act effectively, independently, and objectively. As the President's speech has already foreshadowed, we intend to establish a new Mauritius National Crime Agency. As we embark upon this essential amendment today, it is critical to remember an overreaching aim, which is empowering our legislative authorities and eventually transitioning towards establishing a comprehensive national crime agency, which would be modeled on the international best practices, notably in the United Kingdom. In this regard, Mauritius has already started to work closely with the British authorities. This is provided in our strategic partnership framework established earlier this year in the context of the Chagos Treaty. This is already there. The United Kingdom has indicated its willingness to provide substantial support for the establishment of our National Crime Agency, including providing expert technical and strategic advice, legislative guidance, and organizational expertise. This collaboration will significantly enhance our capabilities to effectively tackle financial crime and also other serious crimes. The possibility of joint investigations as outlined in the newly introduced Section 58A of the Financial Crimes Commission Act mark a significant step towards this vision. This joint endeavor is being advised by a team of international expert investigators embedded with the police, who are helping to bring new techniques and approaches and sharper focus, urgency and coherence to important investigations. Experience has shown, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it is not always desirable or efficient to separate responsibility for the investigation of offences artificially. It is often the case that offences for the investigation of which the police are responsible are also closely connected to financial crimes, which at the moment falls within the responsibility of the Financial Crimes Commission. And so these offences are being investigated separately. FCC on one side, the police on the other. In such cases, it is obviously desirable and common sense that the two agencies of the Mauritius Police Force and the Financial Crime Commission should work closely together and in certain circumstances should have the capability of mounting a joint investigation into particular suspects or criminal groups. These criminals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they do not look at the statute. They do not see which compartments are going to affect them. The fragmented approach between the Financial Crime Commission and the police has often resulted in unnecessary duplication. And you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when there are duplication, you'll find that there are leakages as well. Somebody has spoken to somebody else. Unnecessary duplication, but more importantly, delays in investigations and ultimately prosecutions. At this stage, we need urgently to reinforce the capabilities of the police and the FCC to provide a workable framework in order not to jeopardize inquiries which are ongoing or become necessary. Criminal networks, they exploit these procedural gaps, and this leads to the undermining of public trust and confidence in our system. With the proposed amendments, we will ensure clearer, structured cooperation in three distinct and practical scenarios. Firstly, in the course of an ongoing police investigation, should evidence arise indicating financial crimes, which often does, that normally would fall within the remit of the Financial Crimes Commission. So you can see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, two separate investigations are started. The police now have a clear mandate not only to inform the Commission, but also to directly collaborate with them. This will ensure a swift and coordinated response from the very beginning, maximizing the potential of successful prosecutions. Secondly, in the instances where the Financial Crimes Commission is already investigating an offense, and the police, in the meantime, uncover related criminal activities, joint operations can now be properly initiated upon request. This coordinated approach ensures a comprehensive, consistent, and unified investigative efforts across the different law enforcement bodies. The third scenario provides what we can call flexibility. Should both the police and the Financial Crimes Commission agree that a joint investigation would be beneficial, they will be empowered to initiate a coordinated effort, pooling resources, pooling intelligence, and special skills. Such fluid cooperation will greatly enhance the effectiveness, speed, and depth of investigative processes, leaving no space for the criminals to evade justice. These interim measures, Mr. Deputy Speaker, pending the fully fledged NCA bill, do not in any way impede the work of the FCC or the work of the police. It creates a possible collaboration to ensure a more efficient process given the ramifications that can exist in large-scale inquiries. Not only have the CP, Commissioner of Police, the obligation to inform the Commission, but then the onus is squarely on the two investigative agencies to work together. This amendment is intended to do just that. It is carefully designed to promote cooperation and, where necessary, joint investigations between the police and the Financial Crimes Commission while respecting the current statutory independence of each agency. And I must explain some of the technical details of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For example, Clause 4 introduces a new Section 58A1, I will move an amendment later on, into the Financial Crimes Commission Act. And Clause 2 makes Section 56 of the Act, which gives the exclusive power to the Financial Crimes Commission to investigate all money laundering, fraud and corruption, be subject to the new Section 58A. In other words, for the collaboration between the two. It envisages three possible separate situations. First, Clause 58A1 deals with the situation in which the police are investigating or they intend to investigate an offense under the General Criminal Code or the penal provision. While they're doing this, they may become aware that the offense they're investigating or intend to investigate is connected to an offense of fraud or corruption under the Financial Crimes Commission, which is not already under investigation by the FCC. The new Section 58A2 requires the police to keep the FCC fully informed of the progress of the investigation and provides that the FCC may require the police to investigate the fraud and corruption offense jointly. However, Clause 58A also provides that the police must serve notice, cannot just do so, must serve notice on the FCC that they are doing this. The new Section 58A2 requires the police to keep the FCC fully informed of the progress of the investigation and provides that the FCC may require the police to investigate jointly with them the offense of fraud or corruption. Nothing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Section 58A2 prevents the FCC from doing so at any time during the police investigation. That is deliberate because there may well be cases in which the FCC only becomes aware at some later stage that of circumstances are there that make it desirable that it should also be involved because there are cases of financial crimes. Section 58A3 provides for the second situation, that is, the police investigating or intend to investigate an offense which appears to them to be related to an offense of fraud or corruption under the FCC Act, which is already under investigation by the FCC. In those circumstances, the Commissioner of Police may require the FCC to investigate the fraud or corruption offense jointly with the police. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in each of these two cases, the amendment gives both the police and the FCC the right to opt for a joint investigation without the need for actual consenting. They can do so if they feel there is a need for it. This reflects the fact that in each of these two cases, both law enforcement agencies will have a direct and substantial interest in the investigation and might justifiably be that they will be impeded in their statutory functions. Obviously, related inquiries were to be pursued separately. However, they are not, as I said earlier, they are not obliged to require such a joint investigation. The proposed amendments leave open the possibility that they may choose to ensure appropriate coordination between the inquiries by informal consultation and cooperation under the new Section 58(5), and they agreed for a joint investigation. As I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is only if either agency believes that from its perspective a joint investigation would be necessary and advantageous, and if the other disagrees, that it would be necessary to exercise the statutory options of the new Section 58A1 and 4 creates. Whether or not the police or the FCC reach that conclusion would depend obviously on the circumstances and individual facts of the relevant inquiries. However, if one or the other agency believes strongly that only close and detailed joint planning and decision-making implied by a joint investigation would successfully lead to a resolution of the inquiry, it could then insist, only then, that a joint investigation be undertaken. In those circumstances, clause 58A4 requires each to put in place suitable arrangements for the efficient joint conduct of the investigation. This reflects the fact that in each of those cases, both law enforcement agencies will have a direct and substantial interest in the investigation, which are very often not only serious but very complex inquiries. However, they are not obliged, as I said earlier, for a joint investigation. The proposed amendments leave open that possibility, as I explained. Finally, as already intimated, clause 58A5 provides for the third situation. It gives to the Commissioner of Police and the Financial Crimes Commission the legal basis to agree for joint investigations when it is plainly of mutual benefit and for the public interest. At present, there is no express legal basis for formal joint investigation between the police and the FCC. The government believes it is desirable the law on such important matter should be express and unambiguous. Indeed, it is reasonably to be expected and very much to be hoped that the new section 58A5 will be the normal route to which joint investigations are established. This bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is intended to promote greater and more efficient collaboration and ensure the close and cooperative functioning of the two most important law enforcement and investigative agencies in Mauritius. This will be an important preparatory step for the formation of the Mauritius National Crime Agency, and I cannot emphasize the seminal importance for Mauritius of making a success for that new institution. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, these amendments are fundamental to our unwavering commitment to transparent government, efficient administration of justice, and securing a safe and prosperous Mauritius, a future for Mauritius. They form, in fact, the very bedrock upon which we will build our future National Crime Agency, ensuring Mauritius remains vigilant and resilient against financial and organized crime. For the time being, it enhances cooperation between the two investigative agencies, which will eventually report to the Director of Public Prosecutions, without in any way hindering or sidelining one or the other agency. It is, in fact, the DPP which will decide whether to prosecute or not to prosecute. For these reasons, I strongly commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Monsieur le Président, j'ai entre mes mains la liste des orateurs et l'ordre des intervenants pour le FCCB. Et je constate, malheureusement, qu'on déroge d'une des traditions établies pour les débats dans cette Chambre.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, please. Let me. Your name is on the list to address the bill before the House. I have before me a list of the list of those who are going to intervene, and we are going to go according to that list. It has been always the tradition of this House that the chair goes according to the list which is submitted to him or her. The chair does not go behind the shield to see how this list is prepared and how it has come to that. We have come to that list. We'll go according to that list. I will not allow any intervention or any remark made to that list. If you have any queries, you know, you are a seasoned politician, you have been Deputy Speaker, your colleagues have been Speaker, you know what to do. So we'll proceed with the list. No,
May I please raise to the attention of the Chair on a point of order?
Which order? Which point of order?
Yes, the point of order concerns the rules of debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regards to...
Which rule of order?
On the rules of debate, look at... You will have to check the rules of debate.
No, no.
And the point of order is as follows, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The rule...
Okay.
No, Honourable Duval, please. I've already said... Yes, the rule of debate, sir, I have to catch the eye. I know the rule of debate. But sit down, please. Can I sit? I am on my feet now. Please sit down. Please sit down. The rule of debate is about catching the eyes of an intervener. The rule of debate deals about catching the eyes of an intervener. Now, the tradition in this house, you have been here long, I have been here for more than 25 years now. It has always been the tradition that a list is submitted to the chair and we go according to the list. We have a whip, a chief whip from the government, and a whip from the opposition. It is for you to take your responsibility. The list is before me and we are going to go according to that list. Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. You have... No, I am not going. Please, I am on my feet. I am on my feet. Please. I am on my feet, please. I am on my feet. Let me say. I am on my feet. Order. No cross talking, please. I am on my feet. We are going to address the bill before the House, as per the list submitted to me. I am not going to entertain any standing order or any remarks made on the list. If you feel I am arbitrary, you know what to do. You have been a speaker, you know. If you want to challenge my ruling, you know what to do. Okay? Let's go back. No, let's go back to the bill. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, je voulais faire le point parce que dois-je comprendre que c'est mon collègue, laissez-moi terminer, dois-je comprendre que c'est mon collègue, l'honorable Adrien Duval, qui aura refuté les arguments du leader de l'opposition à l'intérieur de cette Chambre?
He doesn't have to refute. He has to address on the bill. If he wants to address on the bill, he address on the bill, and you are being invited now.
C'est pourquoi je dis qu'on déroge d'une des traditions les plus importantes lors des débats à l'intérieur de cette Chambre, Monsieur le Président.
Order, listen to the bill.
Marie a proposé la démocratie.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, first of all, allow me to begin my intervention by referring, and the Honourable Prime Minister made reference to that, to paragraph 10 of the government program 2025-2029, and I quote, "In view of the recent serious challenges to the rule of law and the role of enforcement agencies, government will take immediate measures to ensure that they operate in a totally independent and transparent manner." It goes on, "Government will repeal the Financial Crimes Commission Act and will set up a national crime agency which will be better equipped to deal more effectively with financial and other serious crimes. The agency will not impinge on the prosecutorial powers of the DPP, but will ensure that an investigation is carried out independently, objectively, and effectively." End of quote. Monsieur le Président, 7 mois après, le Financial Crime Commission Act est toujours vivant et rien à l'horizon concernant cette nouvelle agence, c'est-à-dire le National Crime Agency, alors que dans le discours programme, le gouvernement parlait de immediate measures, mais non seulement de immediate measures, mais aussi that investigations are carried out independently and objectively. Monsieur le Président, avec cet amendement à l'ordre du jour, l'indépendance de la Financial Crimes Commission est grandement remise en question à travers l'ingérence de la police et le pouvoir du commissaire de police sur les affaires de la FCC. Ce n'est plus la FCC qui décidera s'il faut ouvrir une enquête ou pas, ce sera à la police. Et pas plus tard, Monsieur le Président, que le 19 juin, le Premier ministre, en répondant à une PNQ élaborée sur les mesures qui sont mises en place par le gouvernement pour réduire les problèmes liés à la situation de law and order dans le pays, et il affirmait ceci, je cite, "We have already started implementing those measures. We are setting up, as I mentioned, I think I did not mention the National Crime Agency. It is not just an agency, it will comprise specialist divisions with skilled investigators, including foreign ones. At the same time, the National Prosecution Service would be under the responsibility of the Director of Public Prosecutions." Encore une fois, un engagement du Premier ministre, mais rien. L'honorable Premier ministre va plus loin en ce qui concerne la police et le bureau du DPP. Il ajoute qu'il faut éviter le clash entre le commissaire de police et le DPP. Voilà ce qu'il avait dit, Monsieur le Président. You remember the clash between the Commissioner of Police and the DPP. We will stop this. Now, with the prosecution service as it is the DPP who will decide who will be prosecuted, not the police. The police can give, and he said that earlier, the police can give their views, but it will be for the DPP to decide who will be prosecuted or not. Mais aujourd'hui, on nous présente un projet de loi qui va créer, Monsieur le Président, une crise institutionnelle entre la police et la FCC. On a voté il y a quelque temps de cela le Public Inquiry Act et nous savions tous que la commission d'enquête qui existait avant était indépendante. Mais aujourd'hui, on nous propose une mainmise de la police sur une autre institution indépendante, en l'occurrence la FCC, Monsieur le Président. Mon deuxième point, Monsieur le Président, est par rapport à l'effectif de la FCC et de la police. Ces derniers temps, il y a eu plusieurs démissions au sein de la FCC. Et c'est vrai qu'il y a un manque de ressources humaines. Mais la police aussi est déjà surmenée avec la situation de law and order dans le pays. Et elle est aussi en manque d'effectifs. Et lors d'un PMQT, c'est-à-dire le 4 mars dernier, le Premier ministre avait fait comprendre à la Chambre qu'il existe plus de 3000 postes vacants au sein de la force policière. Alors nous nous retrouvons avec deux institutions qui ont des problèmes de ressources humaines et on leur donne des responsabilités additionnelles. Mon autre point, Monsieur le Président, est par rapport aux qualifications des agents de police pour entamer des enquêtes liées au blanchiment d'argent ou de fraude. Monsieur le Président, ce projet de loi est le deuxième amendement proposé au Financial Crimes Commission Act sous ce gouvernement. Un certain amateurisme de la part de ce gouvernement, Monsieur le Président, et de mémoire, je n'ai pas connaissance de deux amendements apportés à une même législation en 8 mois. Et le comble, Monsieur le Président, au niveau de la FCC, on a toujours un officer in charge. Lors des débats, Monsieur le Président, sur la FCC Act en 2023, c'est-à-dire décembre 2023, l'actuel Deputy Prime Minister avait parlé des décisions fondamentales à être prises pour le bon fonctionnement de cette institution et que la nomination du directeur général de la FCC en faisait partie de ces décisions fondamentales, eh bien, il me semble qu'aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président, ce n'est plus le cas. Le présent projet de loi propose tout simplement des enquêtes conjointes entre la FCC et la police. Monsieur le Président, c'est du déjà vu. Comme après les élections de 2005, quand l'actuel Premier ministre avait présenté 2 amendements à la POCA et avait revu la façon de nommer le directeur de l'ICAC pour avoir une mainmise sur cette institution. Aujourd'hui, 20 ans plus tard, la FCC est amendée dans les mêmes conditions et à travers ces amendements, on nous propose cette fois-ci de permettre au commissaire de police, le bras droit du Premier ministre, de s'immiscer dans les affaires d'une institution indépendante avec pour seule et unique mission de combattre la corruption. Je dois dire que l'honorable Ritesh Ramphul nous avait déjà annoncé la couleur en 2023 lors de son intervention et je cite ce qu'il avait dit. Faites attention, les rênes de ce monstre seront à présent entre les mains de ce gouvernement. Dieu saura ce qui se passera quand ce monstre changera de maître. Maintenant, on sait le nouveau maître de la FCC sera le commissaire de police. Le commissaire de police, selon la clause 58A1 de ce projet de loi, aura le privilège, et je pèse mes mots, Monsieur le Président, le privilège de démarrer une enquête sous la FCC Act. Est-ce que vous vous rendez compte de ce que vous êtes en train de faire? Donc, Monsieur le Président, demain, si l'institution censée être indépendante, qu'est la FCC, qui a trouvé qu'il n'y a pas lieu d'avoir une enquête sur un cas en particulier, parce qu'il ne semble pas y avoir d'offense commise, le commissaire de police, lui, peut démarrer son enquête et procéder à des arrestations et mettre des charges provisoires comme bon lui semble. Il n'aura tout simplement qu'à notifier la commission et dire que l'honorable Mohamed nous sortait cette perle en 2023 et je cite, I say that no Labour Party government is entitled to have a law like that. No MMM government no alliance government should have this despicable act in their hands. It should be thrown out. It should be kicked out when we undertake to throw it out. Eh bien non, Monsieur le Président. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui? On l'améliore. Et maintenant, le comble, c'est que les amendements à la FCC Act ouvrent une grande porte sur les dérives. Et ne vous fiez pas aux autres sections qui suivent. C'est simplement du eyewash. Le plus important, c'est de permettre au commissaire de police de faire ses propres enquêtes sur des cas de corruption allégués et c'est extrêmement dangereux. Après le démantèlement, Monsieur le Président, de l'État-providence, nous assistons aujourd'hui au démantèlement de la lutte contre la corruption et de faire de la FCC un instrument politique. Maintenant, on peut parler de monstre, Monsieur l'honorable Outim. Dommage que vous n'allez pas respecter votre engagement pris dans cette même Assemblée en 2023 pour évoquer cette loi. Vous aviez tous, sans exception, fait le procès de cette loi. Ce gouvernement, Monsieur le Président, avait même annoncé, je l'ai dit un peu plus tôt, une nouvelle institution. Mais on attend venir. Cette annonce, Monsieur le Président, a créé un sentiment d'incertitude à la FCC. Depuis, ils sont plusieurs à avoir démissionné ou pris leur retraite anticipée. Ces officiers sont sous pression et voilà que désormais, ils auront un nouveau chef en la personne du commissaire de police, l'homme de confiance de l'actuel Premier ministre. Cet amendement, Monsieur le Président, est dangereux et je ne comprends pas comment certains au sein de l'alliance gouvernementale vont s'associer à ce projet de loi. Pourquoi un tel amendement? Monsieur le Président, alors que la FCC va être remplacée par une autre institution. Malheureusement, ce gouvernement prend des décisions catastrophiques et ce projet de loi en fait partie. J'en ai terminé, Monsieur le Président.
Right. Honourable Juval. Honourable Juval.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, first of all, let me say that it is the first time that a debate is done wherein, in Parliament, members are being requested to speak after one another.
Don't try to have a second bite. Sit down. Sit down. Don't try to come back to that issue. Don't try to have a second bite of the cherry. I have already given my ruling. If you want to intervene on this bill, you intervene. If you don't want, I am going to call the next orator. So you have the floor. You have the floor for the next 15 minutes.
Say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that when it came to voting amendments to the FCC bill earlier this year, the FCC bill, I was then allowed to refute ministers to speak after the
address on this bill.
Right? Second thing.
Come to this bill.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I will table it. Same for all the other interventions, the special allowance bill, etc. That was not the practice.
No, you are coming back again to the same issue. Honourable Juval. Honourable Juval, sit down. Sit down. Order, sit down. Sit down. Order. I'm making a last appeal to you. You stand up and you address the House on this bill. If you don't want to address on this bill, I have no alternative, but I'll go to call the next orator according to that list.
Okay, I will take the other places. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first issue lies in the manner in which this amendment is being brought. The manner in which this amendment is being brought. First question, why was the Parliament Committee on the FCC not apprised of these amendments? When we know that the law provides that Section 129 of the FCC Act, subsection 1, and Section 131, 1E, subsection 3, that matters pertaining to reforms ought to be brought before the committee. This was the case when the amendments were brought to introduce the threshold of 500,000 or less, which are to be now exclusively undertaken by the Commissioner of Police. But that was not the case for these new amendments. So the first question, why have we bypassed the Parliamentary Committee? Why have we bypassed the law which provides that it ought to have been brought there first, ought to then have been made by a report, recommendations to this Parliament, to government, to bring legislative amendments. So we take note that the Parliamentary Committee now has become, well, chacun tire à la conclusion de ce que le comité parlementaire qui régit la FCC est devenu, une farce. Deuxièmement, why the urgency? Why bring an amendment under a certificate of urgency, which has only been introduced to Cabinet on Friday, and therefore has been given to honourable members a few days ago, and we are being asked now to ponder on this urgent matter. An urgent matter, and this brings me to the core of the issue, an urgent matter which was not so urgent, firstly, at the time of the budget, and at the time of bringing the other amendments which I spoke about the threshold, the introduction of a threshold to unclog. I will come to it. The first thing first, the spirit of the law behind the FCC. What was the spirit of the law? It was to have an apex investigative body that had all the means all the personnel, all the equipment, the surveillance equipment, the special powers under the FCC Act to carry out surveillance, to gather information, to call in investigative bodies, in fact, to co-opt people on its various boards, co-opt people from outside who have specialized knowledge on, for example, financial crime. So it has been given in the law leeway to do whatever it needs to be done so that it can maintain its role as the apex investigative authority. And now this section 58A is now saying we're going to sideline the FCC now. It is no longer going to be an apex because by definition apex sits at the top, and now we are going to have the FCC, which is going to have basically the same, if not a reduced role, to that of the Commissioner of Police, who now by default will inquire for cases under 500,000, which I understand, which is logical, in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because when you hear the arguments brought, you will understand that the reason why such an amendment was needed was to unclog the machine, the investigative machine of the FCC, to allow it to focus on, of course, on major crime, financial crimes. So then it was decided, and it was a good decision, for minor offenses to be dealt with by the police. But then also comes the budget 2025-2026, which gives a considerable increase to the budget of the FCC. 38% increase, of course, so that we allow the FCC to go and recruit personnel it needs. In fact, 38% also in staff allowances, staff costs. So the idea in the budget was to allow the FCC to make use of all the arsenals that it has been given. It was a monster, by all means, but still, on paper, it has all the prowess of being an effective apex investigative body. But we increased the budget to 38% for this financial year. Therefore, we tell the FCC, we're giving you more money. We're giving you more money. We are reducing your caseload. We are giving minor offenses to the Commissioner of Police for you to be able to focus on these important investigations that we judge as priorities. But then how do you explain that after all of that, the FCC, by the way, with its whole 415 million rupees, has, don't forget, in-house counsels and attorneys, specialized investigators that have degrees in crime, in investigating financial crimes, that receive overseas training sent at the cost of the taxpayer to make them better, more efficient investigators. This is where the money is supposed to go, where they have surveillance equipment, including putting people on surveillance, tapping, etc. The FCC has that power in its legislation. And there is, of course, the interagency cooperation, where as the apex body, it can call in whoever it wants under Section 58 and hold hearings, and people have to attend. But on the other hand, we have now the police. The police who, don't forget, who is supposed to prevent, detect, and investigate crimes, including the CCID, but who sees its budget in terms of human resources, capacity, being cut by 10%, from 9,431 officers funded for the last financial year, down to 8,550 officers. So on the one hand, we are increasing FCC budget, we're telling them go and recruit. Here we are slashing police persons posted to prevent, detect, and investigate, including the CCID. We're slashing among their ranks, and we're now saying that Section 58A makes sense. How does it make sense? How? When the proliferation of drugs is something which is happening at an unprecedented rate. Violent crime is on the rise. Insecurity is a growing concern. in the heart and the mind of every Mauritian in this country. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the police ought to have had other priorities, ought to have put their resources better in places where they ought to have been efficient, more efficient. But let us come to Section 58 now. There are other issues now in terms of, in practice, how it works. We know that the FCC, as the apex investigating authority, was not answerable to anyone, albeit with the amendments that have been brought by this government, which were good amendments. I intervened on those when I was given a proper ranking to intervene after ministers. I did intervene to say that these amendments were in fact meritorious, to give back the DPP the power to take the decision whether to institute prosecution or not. But then, as still the apex investigating authority, it is now being asked to work in tandem with police in two matters. First, for existing investigations, the police may request to step in. Fair enough, under your amendment. The police, if you'll see, under the section 58A, subsection 1, where the Commissioner of Police considers it would be in the interest of the efficient conduct of an investigation into any offence under this Act, and that the offence is not already under investigation by the Commission, the police shall investigate into the offence. In fact, I was talking about subsection 3, but this subsection, let me make that point now, where a declaration will now be made at the police. The CCID, for example, if it has been assigned the file, en tout cas, les casernes, will have the authority and the mandate to open the investigation themselves now for an offence falling under the Financial Crime Act. You look at it, you will see, if the FCC is not investigating it, the Commissioner of Police shall do it. So if a declaration is made at les casernes, it can do it at the outset. It would then be for the FCC to ask the Commissioner of Police to step into the inquiry. Les rôles se sont renversés. Now for the rest, I was saying where, under subsection 3, the police is investigating, where subsection 5, where the Commissioner and the Commissioner of Police agree that it is in the interest of efficient conduct of investigation into an offence under this Act, they shall jointly investigate into the offence, and for that purpose they shall make suitable arrangements. So that will concern ongoing investigations, potentially future investigation opened by the FCC. But the matter remains that under subsection 1, the police will from the outset be eligible, be allowed, be enabled to open the inquiry themselves. It would then be for the FCC, for the Commission, to request that they join in. This is how it's going to happen. So is that not infringing, going against the spirit of the law? And the questions that are being raised are as follows. Will there not be another potential conflict between agencies? I will come to it. But first question, when we're talking of, for example, where will the interviews be conducted? Interviews of accused, of witnesses. Will it be at Eben? Will it be at Kazan? Where will the files be kept? Are there going to be two files? Is there going to be one file? In which office is it going to be kept? At the Kazan or at the FCC? Who will be recording the statements? These are the questions. And then, you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
you've got 3 minutes to go.
The potential conflict under the investigation that is under Section 58. Actually, the FCC, it has to refer the investigation to the Commission to make a report, and then the report is sent to the DPP. But then, now that the Commissioner of Police may investigate as well, is he now going to be able to send himself the recommendation for prosecution to the DPP? To send the file to the DPP from the Commissioner of Police initiatives himself? Or will it go under Section 58? Nothing provides to this. And this brings me to the same conflict that brought this government to introduce the Bail Act, to clarify the powers of the DPP and the Commissioner of Police, where there was, at one point, institutions fighting amongst one another openly, and which was, in fact, a disgrace for our Constitution. But then, we remember, for example, the Honourable Acting Attorney General at the time, my friend Mr. Honourable Shakil Mohammed, was then the one who brought the amendment to the House. And he said, the encroachment blurred the lines between investigation, at that time he was talking of the DPP, and the police. Investigation and prosecution, two distinct functions, assigned by the Constitution to test two separate authorities. But what he said was more interesting about the police. It led to a toxic situation, one where the police and the apex prosecuting authority were in open conflict, forced into lawsuits against each other, one where public trust in the justice system eroded as citizens questioned on whose orders were the police truly following, one where suspicions of political interference in the detention of citizens being all too justified. That was being said for the Bail Act. I will ask now, government, whether this risk does not arise, where the conflict between the FCC and the Commissioner of Police, where there cannot be another source of open fighting. So,
can you please
Mr. Deputy
now,
Speaker, I am concluding now to say that it is a shame that not more time was given to members of Parliament to look into these amendments, especially since in the past this manner of doing things had been criticized. Earlier this year, members of this House came to apologize when a certificate of urgency was used on another bill introduced to Parliament, where we were saying, we apologize, this is not the way of doing things, but things are urgent. But I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I haven't found any compelling argument till now to justify why this amendment is being brought under this certificate of urgency, having bypassed the Parliamentary Commission, which has been empowered to make recommendation of these sorts to this House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mr. Utim.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the country, the nation, and the generation to come, when reading Hansard, we remember on the 15th of July 2025, when this government brought legislation to render investigation into financial crime more efficient, more effective, the two members of the opposition took position against that law. Why did they take position against that law? Because this law is going to give power to investigate into malversation when they were in government. That is why they are objecting. The honourable leader of the opposition, come and read from our government program and say that we had stated that will take immediate measures to ensure that law agencies operate in total independence. What was the first bill that we brought this year? Wasn't it a bill to amend the Financial Crime Commission precisely to give the independence, to restore independence to the Director of Public Prosecution? Wasn't that fast enough? The leader of the opposition is telling us that we're taking time to bring this the bill on the National Crime Agency. We've been here for 7 months, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. You know when the Financial Crime Commission, which was voted in 2023, you know when it was announced by the MSN government? In 2015. It took you 8 years 8 years to come up with a financial crime commission, and now after 8 months, you expect us to come with a new law, and when you're not doing it, you're telling us not procès d'intention. This bill is urgent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, because there are ongoing investigation, there are potential investigation, and the Financial Crime Commission need the support of the police to resolve some of these inquiries. This is the reason why we are coming here. And why are we coming here? The Honourable Member did not say a word about the Financial Task Force. Honourable Members would remember how under the MSM government, the reputation of Mauritius as a financial centre was tainted when the Financial Action Task Force, back on the 21st February 2020, placed Mauritius on its grey list as a jurisdiction under increased monitoring. Soon after, the European Commission placed Mauritius on its blacklist of jurisdiction with strategic deficiencies in AML CFT regime. There were serious deficiencies in our anti-money laundering and control of terrorist financial regime. Why? If you look at the official communiqué issued by the FATF in February 2020, one of the main reasons why Mauritius was placed on the grey list was our inability to demonstrate, and I quote, that law enforcement agencies had the capacity to conduct money laundering investigation, including parallel financial investigation and complex cases. We were unable to carry out financial investigation and complex cases. There was a glaring lack of coordination between our law enforcement agencies. Institutions were operating in silos. Critical intelligence was not being shared, and investigations were often delayed, compromised due to overlapping mandates and fragmented efforts. May I remind the Honourable Member what recommendation 30 of the FATF provides, and I quote, at least in all cases related to major proceeds-generating offences, those designated law enforcement authorities should develop a proactive parallel financial investigation when pursuing money laundering, predicate offences, and terrorism financing. This is what we're doing. We are applying what FATF is telling you to do. Allow parallel investigation. And what did the ESAMLAG, Eastern and Southern African Money Laundering Group, state in his report dated July 2018, which was the basis on which we were grey-listed? At paragraph 6, page 7, I read, law enforcement agencies do not conduct parallel financial investigation in a majority of cases, and particularly for offences such as drug trafficking, which is a high-risk offence in Mauritius. We were criticised precisely because the police and ICAC then were not doing parallel investigation. And today, when we're going to allow the police and the FSC to conduct parallel investigation, you're telling us that we are démanteler la lutte contre la corruption. SMLAG, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, noted that the law enforcement agencies, ICAP, now FCC, the CCID, ADSU, and MRA, as well as the FIU, had been working without proper cooperation, coordination, and information sharing among themselves. This resulted in lengthy and ineffective investigation and very low number of convictions. C'est ça le bilan du MSN. 10 ans. How many persons arrested and convicted for fraud and corruption? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with the proposed amendment, there would be a proper cooperation and coordination between the police and the FCC. Where the Commissioner of Police agreed that it would be in the interest of the efficient conduct of the investigation into an offence, they may jointly investigate the offence with the FSC, and when they do so, both FSC and the police will make suitable arrangements for the effective conduct of the joint investigation. It would appear that the Honourable Adrien Duval, who left without listening to what I have to say to the point raised, he seems to have completely overlooked the amendments that have been circulated. In the amendment clearly provides now that it is not going to be a monopoly of the police, or the police taking over the work of the FSC, or the police replacing the FCC as an apex body. No, there will be collaboration. The police may, not the police shall. The police may, and when the police decide to conduct the investigation, they still have to inform the FCC. The FCC can say to the police, okay, let's work together. We'll conduct the investigation together. Let's work on a suitable arrangement for the sharing of information. So it's not that the police is replacing the FCC. The police and the FCC, where necessary, will work together. Now, why is that important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir? Let us take an investigation being carried out by the police, là-dessus, into a drug trafficking offense. They are investigating, they are going out, collecting intelligence, arresting people, and then soon they find out that the proceeds of the crime, the money, has been used to buy a yacht, to buy a Raptor, to buy buildings. So during the investigation, there is proceeds of the crime that is identified. So at this point in time, what does the police do? Under the then Prevention of Corruption Act, Section 45, subsection 2 provided, and I quote, where in the course of a police inquiry, it is suspected that an act of corruption or money laundering offense has been committed, and the Commissioner of Police is of opinion that the matter ought to be investigated by the Commission, ICAP, the Commissioner of Police may, notwithstanding SPIAMLA, refer the matter to the Commission for investigation. So under the Prevention of Corruption Act, which preceded the Financial Crime Commission, there was this possibility that in the course of investigation, the police find that an offense may have been committed under another act which falls under ICAP. At that point in time, the police could refer, may refer, and the police could continue doing his investigation. But when the Financial Crime Commission Act was voted in 2023, Section 56, subsection 3, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, provides that, and I quote, where in the course of a criminal inquiry, the Commissioner of Police suspect that an offence under this Act or the Declaration of Asset Act has been, is being, or is likely to be committed, he shall, not he may, he shall, subject to subsection 4, refer the matter within 72 hours to the Commission, the FCC, for investigation. So here the word is shall. So as soon as the police found out that there is money laundering involved, he doesn't have any jurisdiction to continue investigation. The two exceptions is where there is an investigation in a fraud matter, the value of which is less than 500,000 rupees, or an investigation in financing of drug dealing, the value of which is less than 500,000 rupees. Why was that done? That was done purposely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in 2023, to take away powers from the police and give it to the FCC. Why? because under the FCC law as voted then, the FCC could close the investigation and not refer it to the DPP. That was the reason why the power was withdrawn from the police and given to the FSC, so that they can hide, they can cover up everything, so that people like Franklin and others can be protected. Now that we are restoring the powers, now that we have restored the powers of the DPP, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is only natural that we should restore the power of the police to conduct any investigation in an offense which falls under the FCC Act, where it would be, that is the main caveat, where it would be in the interest of the efficient conduct of an investigation that the police be allowed to conduct the inquiry either together with the FCC or alone, but in coordination with the FCC. Why is it important? It's important because the Honourable Adrien Duval himself said so. The FCC does not have the means, the financial means, which the police have. The FCC, when involving complex cases, involving cross-border transaction, involving investigations which require technologically sophisticated equipment and tracking devices, the police is better equipped than the FCC when you need to have cooperation with international crime-fighting agency. Again, the police have convention that they've tried, the treaty that they've signed, where it's easier to ask for collaboration in cross-border investigation if it is done by the police. For example, Scotland Yard. You know, if the police make a request for Scotland Yard, no problem. But if the FSC, if it is the FCC, then it has to do for a lot of diplomatic channel before they are able to get the assistance. So using the police is not only more efficient, but also more timely. That is why we're not saying that in all cases, the FCC will now ask the police to help. But there may be cases where the help of the police would be important. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, no single agency can tackle financial crime effectively if it acts alone. The FCC, with its mandate to investigate financial offences, brings specialized financial expertise and forensic capacity. However, the police, on the other hand, have broader investigatory authorities, more operational resources, and law enforcement reach. So together, it's not like competing. Together, they are complementing each other. And we needed to bring this amendment precisely because we did not want any suspect, when going to court, to argue that the police did not have authority to conduct investigation once there was an offense under the Act. Because as I have alluded previously, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, under Section 56, subsection 3, the police doesn't have a choice. He has to give up the inquiry if there is an offense suspected to have been committed under the Act, the value of which is more than 500,000 rupees. So in order to avoid any challenge by any suspect that the police was not entitled to investigate, that is why we're bringing in this piece of amendment to plug that loophole. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Honourable Adrien Duval, made a big meal out of the fact that the Parliamentary Committee had not been consulted. Coming from a lawyer, a barrister, I'm very disappointed. Because the powers, the function, the role of the Parliamentary Committee is governed by the law, by the Financial Crime Commission, and under Section 131, the function and powers of the Parliamentary Committee are there. And they don't have any role in legislative drafting, in suggesting law for joint collaboration. It's beyond their mandate. And as Parliamentary Counsel, let me remind him what was going on when the MSM was in power. There was not even a quorum. Even the members of government was not attending that parliamentary committee. It was never sitting. And now today he's telling us, giving us lesson that we ought to have consulted the parliamentary committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will end by saying that allowing the police to conduct joint investigation with the FCC is in the interest of efficiency. And this will send a strong signal to the public, to the international community, to the criminal out there, that Mauritius is serious. Unlike the opposition, Mauritius, this government is serious about fighting financial crimes and, above all, doing what they were unable to do, which is securing conviction and recovering ill-gotten assets. Allowing proactive parallel financial investigation will also reassure FATF and our international partners that we are strengthening our AML CFT regime, and this will enhance our image as a serious, well-regulated financial center, which has been tainted, the image which has been tainted by the MSM government. Never again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, should anyone ever point fingers at our jurisdiction. I'm done. Thank you.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, each time I rise towards the end of speeches following a proposal to amend a law, I am as astounded as the last occasion by the lack of precision of the opposition in bringing out the true issues that need to be debated before this House. The leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, has read paragraph 10 of the government programme. He read very well, but that is in contradistinction with his fellow colleague, the whip of the opposition, who seems to have completely forgotten to read the proposed amendments to be moved at committee stage, which led him to make a bit of a hash of his intervention, as already pointed out by the Honourable member who has just spoken before me. Now, we have been served with expressions like crise institutionnelle, amateurisme, bras droit du Premier ministre, du déjà vu. All this from the leader of the opposition belies only one thing, is that the leader of the opposition's reading of these proposed amendments is, to use the language he likes to use, une lecture simpliste et biaisée pour des raisons bassement politiques. That the FCC Act is a despicable piece of legislation is a true statement. That the FCC Act will be repealed is also a truism. What we will do is to bring about a proper legislation, one which reflects our commitment to the rule of law, not what one wants to do in order to take control over things. And on the matter of control, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Honourable Whip of the Opposition is absolutely wrong when he says that there would be a potential conflict between the FCC and the Commissioner of Police. The Honourable Prime Minister has very clearly set out the scenarios which are capable of existing under the proposed amendments. And let me, at this stage, go back to what I had planned to say to this House this afternoon. This government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, has repeatedly pledged that we shall leave no stone unturned in our commitment to strengthen our country's investigative capabilities particularly against financial crimes. In previous debates, I have emphasized that ensuring a functional criminal justice system is a priority of ours, the aim being to reconcile the preservation of liberty and rights balanced with the imperatives of security and accountability. Today we revisit these principles through the lens of cooperation between law enforcement entities. Why? Because it is important to remind ourselves that although institutions must operate independently, they must nevertheless act cohesively. Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we must acknowledge that today's landscape of financial crimes is more complex than ever. As such, all criminal offences involving sums of money would at some stage also reveal aspects of money laundering or illicit financial flows. The interconnectedness demands at the very least cooperation between the police and the Financial Crime Commission. So far, we have witnessed, unfortunately, situations where parallel investigation by these two entities, though ostensibly addressing different offences, inevitably encroach upon the same set of facts. I myself, in my career, have argued a number of cases where the police were prosecuting an accused party under certain offences under the law, under the criminal code, whilst at the same time, before a different division of the Intermediate Court Criminal Division, the same accused party, on the same facts, was being prosecuted under FIAMLA. This must stop, and this must be dealt with from the time of investigation. The overlap is, as my friend, the Minister Utim, early on said, is obvious in cases of drug trafficking, where separate investigations between ADSU and FCC can often lead to different results. A suspect may confess or collaborate with one entity whilst the other is left in the dark and its inquiry goes nowhere. The situation therefore creates duplicated efforts, wasteful expenditure, and ultimately judicial uncertainty. Our courts would only be able to eventually address such overlaps when there are seizures of the matters, but even then, the procedural delays in determining whether two prosecutions relate to the same facts unnecessarily prolong legal uncertainty. And there is the possibility of contrasting, if not contradictory, judgments where one court would believe the FCC's case but not the case of the police, leading to a situation where the police is convicted of laundering the proceeds of crime but not convicted of the crime itself. At the same time, some criminal networks exploit those procedural gaps, ultimately undermining public trust and confidence in our justice system. The necessity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, of joint and coordinated investigations between the FCC and the police is also a matter of international compliance. The Financial Action Task Force, in its Recommendation 30, calls upon countries to ensure, and I quote, designated law enforcement authorities have responsibility for money laundering and terrorist financing investigations within the framework of national AML-CFT policies. It specifically urges that in all cases related to major proceeds-generating offences, authorities should develop, and I quote, a proactive parallel financial investigation, and that this should cover cross-border predicate offences. Crucially, it also states that countries should use permanent or temporary multidisciplinary groups specialized in financial or asset investigations. In other words, the very structure of our law enforcement must reflect a capacity for institutions, such as the FCC and the police, to work jointly, swiftly, and effectively across jurisdictions and investigative trails. This bill represents a step towards that alignment. The proposed joint investigative mechanisms stands as a practical solution, allowing early stage collaboration to avoid procedural pitfalls and ensure efficient use of resources. It respects the distinctive mandates of each entity, whilst acknowledging their intersection in the practical reality of complex investigations. The possibility of joint investigations, as outlined in the newly introduced Section 58A of the Financial Crimes Commission Act before this House today, allows for clearer, structured cooperation in 3 distinct scenarios. These 3 scenarios have been clearly spelled out by the Prime Minister in his address. There is no need for me to go over these again. The mechanisms provided in the new Section 58A is mindful of the inherent independence of the 2 agencies, and not as alleged that one would actually overstep on the authority of the other. Although the default position is the situation when both agencies agree to work together, the law provides for other possible situations. The imperative that can be culled from these amendments is one of efficient collaboration when the circumstances demand it. To summarize, if both FCC and police do not see the merit of a joint investigation, there will be none. If both decide that one is necessary, they are free to pool their efforts freely. But if ever one of them is of the opinion that a joint investigation is needed and the other agency is not so sure, the law will now command cooperation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the importance and urgency of these amendments are reflected in the fact that we are not waiting for the establishment of the new National Crime Agency to include them in our law enforcement arsenal. They reflect, n'en déplaise à certains, our broader vision articulated in the Government Programme 2529, which emphasizes modernizing and strengthening our justice system, fortifying our investigative frameworks, and renewing public trust in our law enforcement institutions. By embedding structured joint investigations in our law today, we are laying a strong foundation for the establishment of a fully functional national crime agency that will comprehensively address not just financial crimes, but all forms of serious and organized criminal activities. Indeed, the UK's National Crime Agency provides a compelling model showcasing the clear advantages of integrated investigating frameworks, collaborative policing, and strategic resource allocation. Our collaboration with the UK government, expected to run into 2026, will ensure Mauritius benefits fully from what has worked in the UK and the lessons learned there as well. Drawing from such international experience, our amendments today prepare Mauritian institutions to seamlessly evolve into a similarly powerful and effective entity from the outset. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in our previous legislative amendments, notably to the Bail Act and the Financial Crimes Commission Act itself, we have consistently aimed to resolve ambiguity and clarify roles. Just as we sought to rectify the confusion between prosecutorial and investigative powers in the previous amendment to the FCC Act, so too do we today aim in reinforcing clarity. This government remains steadfastly committed to ensuring the rule of law remains the cornerstone of our democracy. Our institutions must be clear in their purpose, independent in their operations, and cooperative in their execution. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, these amendments are important to our commitment to securing a safe and prosperous future for Mauritius. They form the bedrock upon which we will build our future National Crime Agency, ensuring Mauritius remains vigilant and resilient against financial and organized crimes for many years to come. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with these words, I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, point voice. I sometimes despair that I have to answer these ridiculous things that were said. The Honourable Minister Rizautim, and just before me, the Attorney General, has responded so clearly why these amendments are being brought. The Leader of the Opposition said, why we said in the program that the NCA will be made, it will be passed, the new law, and then 7 months. Honourable Rizautim quite rightly pointed out, they took 8 years to do what they said they would do. 8 years. And you're asking as far as why 7 months we haven't done it? In fact, we explained, already there are people from Scotland Yard who are helping us, police officers, investigative police officers. This is a transitional exercise that we're doing until the NCA is properly vetted and ready to be passed. I know that the other ridiculous thing was about the Parliamentary Committee. I think Honourable Utim Wright pointed out, since when do we pass legislation after consulting the Parliamentary Committee? It doesn't. Never. It has never happened. It's ridiculous. 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 You should have been here when he spoke. But you were not here. You should have been here when he spoke. He explained that properly for your benefit, because obviously you are ignorant of all this.
Read the law.
Read the law. Read the law.
Order. Let's listen to the Honourable Prime Minister. Come on.
Yes. The Honourable Juval said why the FCC was, I will repeat what I said in a way. Everybody knows why the FCC was passed. Everybody knows, including your father, because you objected to it. It was not to intensify the combat against fraud or corruption or crimes, whatever. No, it was to protect those who the last government wanted to protect and to harass those they wanted to harass. That was the reason. That's the only reason. I'll give you an example. Did you know? You remember the former director of ICAC? He said one thing, and then he went to the public, to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council on Medpoint and said the other thing, contradicting ICAC itself. But worse, the Honourable Adinga Juval doesn't seem to know, or he's forgotten. Angus Road. You know what they did, the FCC? We had asked for mutual assistance. When they came to power, they wrote to the UK authorities to say they're cancelling the mutual demand for mutual assistance. They cancelled it for Angus Road so that there was no investigation was done because they knew what would have happened. That's what they did.
And you sit next to them.
Actually, we can't believe that this was done. And these are the very people who are now telling us what to do and what not to do. I despair, as I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Les rôles sont renversés. And they are, as the Attorney General said, they are missing the real issues. They're trying to do politics while missing the real issue. That is why I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage.
Be seated.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Section 56 of Principal Act amended. Clause 3, Section 58 of Principal Act amended.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 is then part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
New section 58A inserted in Principal Act.
Mr. Chairperson, I move that clause 4 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 4 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Please be seated. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendment.
Third reading.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the Financial Crimes Commission Amendment Bill number 16 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 22nd of July at 11:30 a.m.
The House stands adjourned.